Good afternoon, everyone.
Sound way too different.
All right, we want to make some laws? Who out there wants to make a law? Senator, yes, no? Have you had a bill here yet?
Not in here, I don't think
All
so.
right, well.
Maybe I did a couple years ago.
All right. Well, I'm sure this is a good one.
Does that mean I'm getting a lot of questions?
Nah, we don't do that over here. That's a house thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members. For the record, I'm Senator Dalia Attar from the 41st District, and I'm here for Senate Bill 911. I think that's the number because it should be an emergency bill. It's a property tax exemption for blind individuals. So now, colleagues, in 1950, we went ahead and put an exemption into law for blind individuals for their houses, the cost of their house. And in 2000, that was, 25 years ago, we raised that exemption to $15,000. It's still now, in 2025, $15,000. Now, I don't have to sit here convincing you all that cost of living has gone up. In addition to that, life is just more difficult for members of the blind community. So we are here respectfully asking that we raise that $15,000 to $40,000. It's a minimal raise. We're not asking for a huge jump, but when you're looking at cost of housing, cost of living, it really is not such a significant amount. Now, I do want to point out there is a fiscal note, obviously, but the benefits of doing this, those that it will help, and I believe right now we have about 1,400 people it's helping, I think greatly outweighs the concern with the fiscal notes. So with that, I will ask for a favorable committee report.
So tell me about the existing law a little bit more.
It's $15,000.
Yeah. But what, was it authorizing to all the counties?
Yeah, so I believe that the counties, it's authorizing them to have up to $15,000. Yes. So now we're asking for up to $40,000.
And this,
Yeah.
who do I have here? My staff is not
Oh,
present
no
at the
worries.
moment.
And I do have an individual who will be testifying after this.
Yeah. I really want to verify that authorizing
it.
because it changes the dynamic on this pretty quickly.
Understood. Understood.
So,
mean-
but yes, I'm happy. Did you have a panel before? I have a number of witnesses here.
I do believe there is someone in person, and there may be 2 people online. I believe Ms. Othman would be online.
Do you have people online?
I have.
Oh, she is in person, right? Oh.
Benjamin Danforth is here, and I have somebody that says hyphen.
Also, I have,
They are.
well, I actually have Sean Abram and Bernice Lauder.
In person.
Are those individuals here?
Yes, Ms. Louder is here.
Oh, okay, well then, yes, please. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing the bill. Thank you for bringing the bill before us. I want to give a little thank you for how you handled my bill on the floor the other day. That was a little while you're getting your folks situated. But could you speak to the difference of the 15 to 20 to 40,000? What is the significance?
Why is it at 40,000?
Yes.
So it was kind of an arbitrary number, but when you're looking at from 2000 till right now, 2025, it's been 25 years. Really, it should be even higher than that because of the amount of cost of living that went. But it was kind of more an arbitrary number that it needs to be increased. We understand the environment we're living in right now. We understand we can't make it much higher than that, but it was kind of a starting point, and hopefully, if the committee is willing, they'll amend it to even higher.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the question.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, is it okay if my witness begins? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernice Lauder, and I'm here to ask you to support Senate Bill 911. First, I want to thank you for giving blind people a property tax exemption. I've been in my home since 1976, and the exemption has been a big help to me over these past years. I needed the tax exemption when I worked for Johns Hopkins Hospital as a medical transcriber in the pathology department. Even though I had a job, I still needed the support of the blind exemption. I stopped working to raise my 3 children. This change in income made me more dependent on the tax exemption. Unfortunately, I am too old to work now. Last year, I called Baltimore City to see if I had lost the exemption because the taxes were so high. The department explained that I was still getting it. Please vote in favor of Senate Bill 911 so that I and many blind seniors can stay in our homes.
Thank you very much. Questions for the witness?
May I just make one comment?
Sure.
I am seeing Mako's testimony. I do believe that they're saying it does mandate. That wasn't my understanding, but I do think it's a mandate.
Yeah, we're checking that right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, because it's an exemption.
Yeah.
But why? Sorry, I just think this is interesting. To tell you the truth, I'd like to put this to bed right now if we could, but I'm not sure that we can because I certainly we want to help out on this. But we want to get it right.
I appreciate that.
Were there any questions from the committee? Okay, let's take the other witnesses while we're still looking at things up here, if there are any. We have Benjamin Danforth is virtual.
Hello.
Yes,
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Danforth.
members of the committee and Mr. Chairman. My name is Ben Danforth, and I'm a resident of Rockville in Montgomery County and a member of the National Federation of the Blind. I'm here today to urge you to support SB 911, which will increase the property tax exemption for blind homeowners for the first time in the last 25 years. My wife and I purchased our current and first home in 2019 when we wanted to settle down after many years of renting and to grow our family. However, my blindness made the home purchasing process more expensive and more complex than it normally is because it added certain life requirements. For example, since I cannot drive, our home needed to be near public transit so I could get to work, medical appointments, and stores. In addition, our home needed to be near school so I could pick up and drop off our 4 children when needed. Having a home with access to good sidewalks and road crossings was also important so I could travel around safely and take our children to places like a neighborhood park. Fortunately, we were able to find a home that met all these requirements, and the property tax exemption for blind homeowners provided some extra help in making our home purchase a reality. Homeownership can provide blind Marylanders with more opportunities to live independently, form families, build wealth, and become full members of their communities. Increasing the property tax exemption for blind homeowners will help put homeownership and all its benefits within reach of more blind Marylanders. Please support SB 911. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the witness? Okay, were there any more? No one else there? Well, we're going to figure something out on this.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
We're still sort of digging into the full impacts of it, but we'll figure it out.
Thank you. And
Thank
for
you. All right, we got to shift things around because people are in and out of committees, doing other things. So Senator King, you're up. Yes. Hold the lucky card.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This committee is well aware of the challenges facing the child care industry for both families and providers. I'm bringing before you today a bill that is just one piece of the puzzle in helping child care providers continue the massively important work that they do. Senate Bill 611 will allow nonprofit child care providers who receive more than 2/3 of their operating budget from local, state, or federal governments to participate and enroll their employees in the state health insurance plan. In a recent report from the comptroller on child care, it was noted that child care workers' wages are low, benefits are rarely offered, and it takes significantly more experience and training to become a licensed child care worker than similarly paid positions like retail or hospitality. This legislation will strengthen our child care delivery system by enhancing the health and financial security of child care professionals, which will in turn aid in the hiring and retention of high-quality staff and ensure a more sustainable future for the child care in Maryland. And I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 611.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you to the sponsor and to the committee for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 611. I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association. Child care is a public good and an economic and equity imperative. The child care workforce is passionate about the work they do. However, low compensation and lack of benefits are major sources of turnover and driving child care workers out of the field. Senate Bill 611 is an important step to addressing health benefits and resources to the workforce. In Maryland, the annual average salary of a child care teacher was $34,410 in 2023, less than half of the average wage across all occupations of $73,620. Further, child care workers earn less than half a salary of a public school teacher in Maryland. Despite working year-round in critical workforce areas of need, they cannot afford health insurance and save for retirement. Our Maryland Comptroller in her State of the Economy series studied child care in Maryland and its impact on the economy and the labor participation rates. Child care prices are high in large part because provider costs are high. Child care providers operate on tight profit margins, usually less than 1%. These margins do not allow small businesses to provide health care benefits. Senate Bill 611 seeks to create a hub model to support shared services and resources, and the essential child care workforce is in decline. The time to act is now, and support and build capacity in the workforce through innovative collaboration, new initiatives, and incentives outlined in Senate Bill 611. MSCC urges a favorable report.
Thank you. Questions for the senator or her panel? Okay, I have two more people who signed up to be in person, Beth Morrow or Chris Cano. Are either of them here? Okay. Then I have somebody online, Ruby Daniels.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ruby Daniels, and I'm the president of the Maryland State Family Child Care Association. I'm here today representing over 4,000 family child care providers in Maryland, the majority of whom are sole proprietors. We dedicate our lives to providing high-quality early education and care in our home-based setting, yet many of us struggle with the major issue, access to health insurance and other essential benefits. Family child care providers operate small businesses, open on tight margins with no employer-sponsored health coverage. This forces many of us to make difficult decisions between paying for health insurance or covering the cost of running our programs. Senate Bill 611 is a critical step towards addressing this challenge by allowing pre-K expansion grantees to access employee benefits to the state employee and retiree health and welfare benefits program. This move would not only provide much needed stability for providers, but also ensure continuity of care for the children and the families we serve. Family child care is an integral part of Maryland's mixed delivery early education system. Many children thrive in small group settings where they receive individualized attention and a nurturing environment that supports their development. However, without support like the provisions in this bill, we risk losing experienced and passionate providers who simply cannot afford to stay in the profession. By passing Senate Bill 611, Maryland can demonstrate a true commitment to strengthening early childhood education by ensuring that the very individuals providing care are also cared for. I urge you to support this legislation and help keep high-quality childcare accessible and sustainable for Maryland families. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Senator Jennings? Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, Senator Jennings, on Senate Bill 488. This bill is a cross-file to House Bill 168, which proposes to exempt small and medium-sized manufacturing enterprises, SMEs, with 50 or fewer employees from paying personal property taxes on their equipment and inventory across Maryland. While Maryland currently allows counties and municipalities to implement this exemption, the application of the business personal property tax remains inconsistent at the municipal level. This bill will standardize the exemption, reducing the uneven tax burden on manufacturing businesses across municipalities and removing barriers to investment by the SMEs, or small manufacturing enterprises in local communities. There are two clarifying amendments for this bill. One strikes small or medium enterprise and substitutes that employees not more than a certain number of employees, or I'm sorry, that employees not more than a certain number of employees, and the other strikes small or medium-sized enterprise and substitutes that employs 50 or fewer employees. Again, this is for small business. It's very competitive in that world. We're trying to do our best to try to help them, get them established, get them going, and that's what this bill is focused on. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for favorable consideration.
I don't need to press this? No. Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Guzzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and members of the committee, and thank you, Senator Jennings, for sponsoring this bill. My name is Julie Verratti. I am one of the founders of Denizens Brewing Company in Riverdale Park, Maryland. We're a small woman and family-owned and operated manufacturing company and have been in business for more than 10 years. We currently employ about 20 people on our team. Each year, we pay thousands of dollars to the county for business personal property taxes, even with manufacturing equipment and inventory being exempted. However, our municipal government has not exempted those categories. In the less than 6 years we've operated in Riverdale Park, they have charged us more than $60,000 in personal property taxes alone. This does not include the more than $6,000 a month we pay for our landlord's property taxes every month. And if we were located just a half-mile north, we'd be in a different municipality and would be charged closer to $50,000 for that same time period. To be clear, that's still an astronomically high number. The different property tax rates, charged or not, on small manufacturing businesses is anti-competitive and disincentivizes business growth, especially at a time when Maryland needs to increase its business activity. It doesn't make sense that a local municipality is going to be charging businesses for their annual personal property taxes at a rate that is more than 5 times what the county is charging. There are real-world consequences to taxing small businesses like this. It's a difference between hiring another person or giving our current employees a raise. It disincentivizes us from purchasing more equipment, which means we're not growing, we're not adding more jobs, nor are we generating more activity in the local economy. This is not sustainable, and the annual depreciation is not fast enough on its own to drive down this astronomical tax. At the most drastic level, it could mean having to close our doors because we can't afford to exist anymore, or because no matter how hard we try or how much we cut costs or raise prices, the ability to make a profit is no longer possible. And once that happens, what is the point of owning a business at that point? I'm asking for this committee to please vote in favor of SB 0488 and help small manufacturers succeed in the state. Thank you.
Questions for the senator or his? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
And Charles? Might as well. Go ahead, Craig. 6:05, 6:05. 6, maybe, we'll see. All right. Yep.
Chairman, 6:05. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, I'll be quick. This is regarding, again, Senate Bill 605, digital advertising gross revenues tax. Quite frankly, if there's dispute when it comes to digital revenues tax, you've got to go to the Maryland Tax Court. It's unique. I mean, I worked in the comptroller's office. Usually it goes straight to the comptroller's office. So this is kind of changing a bureaucratic administrative hole. This just makes the digital tax in the same posture as these other taxes. Comptroller's office is fine with it. We work very closely with businesses and the administration to get this right. And I just want to thank you for bringing this to my attention. I think it's a no-brainer and appreciate the committee's time.
This is the one that's still in the courts, right?
It's still in the courts, Mr. Chair. This won't affect the tax as is.
Can I speak to that for a second, Mr.
Yeah.
So I talked to the Attorney General's office. This has no impact on anything that's in the courts right now.
Great.
Andrew Griffin, for the record, here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in support of the bill. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing it. Like he said, it really is, it's a process bill. It puts a digital advertising tax in the same vein as income tax, tobacco tax, sales tax, as opposed to having to deal with every single thing in front of the tax courts. People can just get it remedied in a quick meeting with the comptroller's office, save everybody some money. So with that, I just urge a favorable report.
Very good. Questions? Thank you very much. That's what happens when we go out of order.
Well, so Mr. Chair, too, so this is a funny one. I was a little overzealous in signing up in opposition to so many bills today that I accidentally signed up in opposition. So I'm here in support. You already heard what the bill does. It basically allows for internal hearings to review these assessments. We are very supportive. I called your office to let you know, by the way. I call a committee, but I was told to show up and explain it. So here I am. We're here in support, urge a favorable.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
For that correction. All right. Now we're going to go back to number 4, which is Senator Brooks, 528. And if you have a panel, bring them on up.
Yes, I do. Oh, okay. Come on in. Don't sit on the side. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and members of the B&T Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 528, a sales and use tax-free day for Veterans Day. The purpose of this bill is to establish a sales tax-free day on Veterans Day for veterans who have served in the uniformed services of the United States as a reserve component, Armed Forces, U.S. Public Health Service, or the National Guard of any state. Within its borders, Maryland has 20 military installations that make up a key part of the state's economy. Accordingly, according to the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families, Maryland is home to nearly 360,000 veterans and 100,000 active duty service members, reservists, National Guard, and dependents. A tax-free day on November 11th would not only provide a tangible benefit in the form of financial relief, but also serve as a public acknowledgement of their service. It is a small yet powerful way to say thank you to the veterans, letting them know that their sacrifices are recognized and valued. The concept of a tax-free day is not new to Maryland. Each year, the Comptroller's Office and numerous retailers successfully implement a tax-free week dedicated to supporting parents and teachers during the back-to-school season in August. Similarly, This bill could positively impact the economy by encouraging spending within our state. Veterans who might otherwise refrain from making certain purchases would be incentivized to spend more, knowing that they are exempt from sales tax on that particular day. The increase in spending would not only benefit the veterans, but also stimulate local businesses and, by extension, the state's economy. Our state must do more for those who have sacrificed so much. SB 528 represents an opportunity for Maryland to lead by example in showing gratitude to our veterans. With minimal fiscal impact, it's a practical measure that offers financial relief, stimulates the economy, and more importantly, serves as a symbol of our collective appreciation for those who have served with honor. Senate Bill 528 will also set Maryland apart in the region as the only state offering a tax exemption day for Maryland veterans. We can and we must do more by our brave men and women. For that reason, I'm asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 528.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here before you today in support of Senate Bill 528. My name is Burt Randall, and while my current role is president of a law firm based out of Baltimore, Franklin Prokopic, I appear before you today due to my prior history as a sergeant in the Maryland Army National Guard. As Senator Brooks alluded to, and as you are all aware, Maryland's got a rich military history involving all services. But I'd like to touch on the Maryland Army National Guard, who's got a long history extending back to the Continental Army of George Washington, preservation of the Union during the wars of 1812 and the Civil War, being in the first wave on Omaha Beach in D-Day, as well as its support following the terrorist attacks of 9/11. In addition, Maryland's veterans have provided humanitarian relief when called upon to do so as well. I had the privilege and opportunity to work alongside students and teachers and nurses and other forms of tradespeople, none of whom were prepared to get wealthy from their service to the country and the state of Maryland, but not even a living wage, perhaps, but they did so out of a sense of duty and honor and service to our country and our state. When one considers how much these Maryland veterans have done for our state and how many of them currently live at or below the poverty line, as well as how many of those have service-connected disabilities as well, one must wonder, like Senator Brooks alluded to, what more might be able to be done. This is a small way to reward them, both incentivize them to spur the economy, but also to give them that sense of duty and honor. This recognition and assistance, it comes at a nominal cost based upon the recent fiscal note, but it provides well-deserved honor and gratitude to those individuals on a microcosm level. Thank you again for allowing me to be here in support of Senate Bill 528.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am Brittany Morris, the Vice President, Army of the Maryland National Guard Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to support this bill, which designates Veterans Day as a tax-free day for those who have served, including veterans of the National Guard and Reserves. Thank you, Senator Brooks, for your leadership and as the lead sponsor of this important legislation. Governor Moore has made it a priority to make Maryland the best state for veterans. This bill reinforces that commitment by providing a meaningful benefit to those who have served our state and nation. Many of Maryland's veterans served and still serve as members of the National Guard and Reserves, balancing both military service with civilian careers while answering the call for overseas deployments, disaster response, and emergency support here at home. The sacrifices are undeniable, and while they may not always receive the same benefits as the active duty component counterparts, their contributions deserve the same recognition. A tax-free day on Veterans Day is a simple but impactful way to show appreciation and provide financial relief. Beyond recognizing service, this bill also strengthens Maryland's economy.
Veterans, including many Maryland National Guard members, would benefit directly, while local businesses would see increased consumer activity. Similar initiatives, like the state's back-to-school tax holiday, have proven successful in driving economic growth while supporting targeted communities. This bill allows that same model, ensuring those who have served receive a well-deserved benefit while boosting Maryland's economy. This bill is practical, cost-effective measures that aligns with Maryland's commitment to its veterans, and we urge a favorable report on SB 528. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Brianna Mincy?
Yeah, Brianna Mincy, yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. As someone who proudly serves in the Maryland Army National Guard and who's worked closely with community organizations that supports veterans, I would like to express my support for Senator Bill 528. I understand firsthand the sacrifices that come with wearing the uniform. Serving our country means long hours, time away from family, and for many, the physical and emotional toll that lasts beyond active duty. That's why I strongly support a Veterans Tax-Free Day. It's a simple yet meaningful way to give back to those who have given so much. Many veterans face financial struggles after service, whether it's medical expenses, transitioning to civilian life, or just making ends meet. A tax-free day would help alleviate some of these burdens, allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned money. It helps veterans manage everyday expenses from groceries to clothing during times when the cost of living is high. This extra saving can contribute to greater financial stability, especially during the challenging transition from military to civilian life. More than that, it's just a gesture of appreciation, a way for our country to say, we see you, we value you, and we thank you. Which is also a great impact on morale. I also know from personal experience that service members don't join for rewards. We do it out of duty, love for our country, and the desire to protect those who we care about. But when that service is acknowledged, even in small ways like a tax-free day, it reminds veterans that their sacrifices are not forgotten. This is not just about financial relief, it's about showing respect and gratitude through action. That's why I wholeheartedly stand behind this initiative and request a favorable report on Senator Bill 528. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for any of the witnesses? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Charles, 541.
If I have my sponsor panel come up. Mr. Corey Bradley from the Elks and Ken Hunt from the Moose's Lodge. Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapep, and honorable members of the Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, I am Senator Nick Charles testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 541. This bill will extend the opportunity for fraternal organizations, including the Elks and the Moose Lodges, as well as veterans organizations, to operate instant ticket lottery machines, commonly known as ITLMs. Fraternity and sorority organizations such as Delta Sigma Theta, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Alpha Kappa Alpha, Alpha Phi Alpha, Elks, and Moose Lodges all have long been the backbone of our Maryland communities. These organizations provide indispensable services from scholarships to community outreach programs to veteran services and beyond. They are constantly fighting for the well-being of Maryland residents, engaging with the state and offering resources that uplift our most vulnerable populations. By allowing these organizations to operate ITLMs through Senate Bill 541, we create a new revenue stream. And we are in a huge budget deficit, so I want to reiterate, this creates a new revenue stream that will directly empower them to continue their crucial work. These organizations have proven time and again that they are more than just social clubs, but they are vital engines of community development and philanthropy. The Deltas, the Qs, the Alphas, and other fraternity and sorority groups are not just involved in their local communities, They are leading the charge in improving lives through educational initiatives, mentorship, and essential social services. The Elks and the Moose Lodges have also long supported veterans, organized charitable events, and provided scholarships to students in need. By enabling these organizations to generate their own revenue, Senate Bill 541 ensures that they can continue this important work without relying solely on donations or state funding. What makes Senate Bill 541 so impactful is that it empowers these local groups with the ability to generate sustainable, independent funding. Currently, many of these organizations rely on a lot of us for legislative bond initiatives for large-scale funding requests to support their facilities. They can often place burden on the state's budget and create competition for limited resources. But by providing these groups with their own revenue-generating opportunities, we can reduce the need for these large funding requests, creating a more balanced and efficient funding model that benefits everyone, which I think in this committee in particular will see as a massive positive. Moreover, it is important to emphasize that the members who frequent these local lodges and fraternity organizations are not the same patrons who visit large-scale casinos. They are community members supporting their local chapters and connecting with others in an environment where camaraderie and service to others are at the heart of the mission. The concern that the ITLMs will harm casino revenue is unfounded and overstated. Maryland's casinos generated over $1.5 billion in revenue in 2024, while the revenue generated by ITLMs at veterans posts and fraternity organizations has been a modest, averaging $4.7 million annually since 2014. These numbers clearly demonstrate that local community-based gaming will have limited or little to no impact on Maryland's larger casino industry, while providing significant benefits to those who need it most and save us a lot of money when it comes to our bond bill initiatives. Since its introduction in 2017, Senate Bill 541 has received strong bipartisan support, with nearly 40 co-sponsors advocating for its passage. This broad support underscores the importance and value of the bill and the recognition that empowering these organizations is a step forward for Maryland's communities. In conclusion, I urge you to support Senate Bill 541. Fraternity and sorority organizations, Elks and Moose Lodges have long-standing commitments to Maryland's residents and communities. Allowing them to generate additional revenue through ITLMs will strengthen their ability to provide services and reduce the pressure on the state for large funding requests through legislative bond initiatives. These organizations deserve the ability to thrive and continue making a positive impact, and this bill will help them do just that. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge a favorable vote on this particular bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Brandon Corey Bradley, and I'm here to represent nearly 20,000 Elks that make up the state association. Elks across the state of Maryland have helped shape communities by donating hours helping those less fortunate, volunteering at veterans hospitals, supporting first responders, and mentoring our youth to be their best. This year, I'm pleased to say at the end of 2024, we've given back more than $10.4 million to our communities. Everyone always say we should strive to do better, and I can stand before this committee and say that as Elks, we're committed to our communities, and that means doing everything in our power to make our communities better. Senate Bill 541 will allow Elks lodges and other fraternals on the Western Shore to continue to provide to their communities through ITLMs located in our lodges and facilities. These machines will also give the state funds to support educational programs that are important to organizations like the Elks. Supporting Senate Bill 541 will allow lodges to continue to do the work they're already doing in our communities. It will increase the charity that comes in the form of being spread throughout our communities. Charity, which comes in the form of helping a child with disabilities gain access to a much-needed ramp, providing iPads to veterans at Green Street Hospital, or simply saying thank you to a first responder over a home-cooked meal. I and the 20,000 Elks I represent appreciate your support and look forward to a favorable vote.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address this committee on this bill, Senate Bill 541. My name is Kenneth Hunt. I am the past president of Maryland, Delaware, D.C. Moose Association. I'm here representing the 17,000 members in the state of Maryland. Loyal Moose is a fraternal, not-for-profit organization founded in 1888 on the belief that every child has a right to an education of the head and heart and a safe environment. Part of our mission and community service, which I would like to talk about today. Our community service in Maryland takes on many subjects with several partners. Special Olympics, Safe Serving, which we have our Kids ID for children and seniors, a youth awareness program where we recruit high school students to go out into their communities to mentor elementary age students on various topics affecting their lives. Students are rewarded with an association scholarships for their efforts and a chance to earn more on the Moose International level. Our Heart of the Community program includes a partnership with many organizations. Camps for Children with Cancer. We raise funds to purchase wreaths for the annual Wreaths Across America program. Organize volunteers to place million graves in veteran cemeteries. We provide support and activities for our veterans at the Charlotte Hall Veterans Home in Southern Maryland. Our members volunteer their time at hospitals, nursing homes, senior citizens, and schools. Our association has 20 lodges all over the state of Maryland, from Cumberland down to Southern Maryland. Through the efforts of our lodges and chapters, our Maryland End of the Year report for 2023-24, we were able to donate over $1.3 million in donations and service hours. So Senate Bill 541 would provide another source of revenue. Members who come to our lodges for food and drink and enjoy the entertainment provided by the machines, this added revenue would be a win-win for our lodges and the state. We want to do so much more. Like everyone in this country, inflation has increased our costs to operate our lodges. This leaves us less assets to achieve our goals, to serve our communities. Passage of Senate Bill 541 will give another source of revenue to raise funds to achieve our fraternal and community goals. We would appreciate your support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for the senators panel? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for this bill. It was an important bill to my predecessor, particularly because it's an important bill to the service organizations in my community. I have two questions for you. Are you able to quantify at all the contributions that could be made to education should this bill pass, or indirect economic development as a result of this bill being passed for either employment or restaurants or retail nearby these service organizations?
So we have, the fraternal organizations won't get all of the proceeds to this.
Right.
Right, so some of the money goes to the fraternal organization so that they can have self-sustaining resources. Then some of the money goes to our veterans organizations so that we invest in our vets. And then some of this money goes into, 50% of the net proceeds go to veterans organizations, 20% to the Homelessness Solutions program, and 25% of the fraternal organization will be used for undergraduate, graduate, or trade scholarships or capital improvements. So it's going to have a huge impact across the board in terms of our educational structure. I know we have some money going. I just have to double check in terms of the total amount that goes towards the Educational Trust Fund.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
I have Sushant Sid, Marta Harding, and Hannah Gargiola.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid, here on behalf of Atlantic Bingo, supporting Senate Bill 541 with amendment. I want to be clear, though, that our support of this bill is contingent upon the amendment being adopted. This committee has heard this bill before and has heard a bill similar to the amendments that I'm offering. In 2012, when the ITLM program was created, the statute effectively created a monopoly for one vendor, as it specified the use of pre-printed paper tickets from the Chesapeake v. Riddle court case from the Court of Appeals in 2001. This reference is to what essentially is an obsolete technology that ensures one manufacturer can only submit a responsive bid. Our amendment would remove the requirement for pre-printed paper tickets to allow for what is called print-on-the-fly technology that is already in use in Maryland and also regulated by the lottery. Simply put, the amendments would level the playing field and allow for a true competitive procurement. We urge the adoption of the amendments and a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marta Harding, on behalf of MGM National Harbor, in respectful opposition to the bill. You have the written testimony from the state's 6 casinos, joint testimony. You should have that in front of you. In short, these machines are indistinguishable for the most part from slot machines. If you go to the lottery's homepage or to their website, there's a page dedicated to this program that describes these machines. If you look at the list, the details include details that would be true of slot machines as well. Attention-getting animations featuring spinning reels, multi-bet options, ticket in, ticket out functionality, the ability to accumulate winnings. They're essentially describing slot machines, and that's the description of these machines. The bill would authorize up to 1,250 of these machines in the state. For context, that's more machines than the 3 of the state's 6 casinos have each. So it is not an insignificant number of machines. We are concerned, and the fiscal note, I think, recognizes this, that there is a potential for cannibalization of casino revenues, and that is contrary to the state's interest in 2 important respects. First of all, the interest in just maximizing casino revenues because of the impact that casino revenues in turn have on education funding in the state. It's over $6 billion to date, more than $1 billion at MGM alone. To the ETF, and the other is ensuring robust, responsible gaming protocols are in place. Casinos, as you know, have to enforce the voluntary exclusion list. Last year, or in a recent year, MGM excluded 160 people that showed up at its door, notwithstanding the fact that they had put themselves on that list. So that shows you it's a serious issue, and these folks could show up and play at these facilities that wouldn't have these controls in place. MGM and the other casinos give back hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to the communities that they serve. So no disrespect to these great organizations, but we're just concerned at the effect that this bill is going to have on casino revenues. And for those reasons, we encourage an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Tax Committee, I'm Hannah Garagiola with Compass Advocacy, here today representing Live Casino in respectful opposition of Senate Bill 541. Marta mentioned the concerns of the casinos, but there would be negative impact to the community, and I wanted to highlight those from Live's perspective. Live Casino in Maryland provides about $20 million annually in funding to nonprofits, schools, and local government initiatives through its community impact grants, helping to address critical needs such as education, public safety, and social services. By investing in workforce development programs and small business support initiatives, Live Casino fosters economic opportunities and financial stability for residents in the surrounding communities. Grants from Live Casino support programs that improve public spaces, healthcare access, and cultural initiatives, enriching the overall quality of life for Maryland residents. We would hate to see some of those funds jeopardized, and therefore we respectfully request an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 541. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, Senator Zucker? Yeah. Move unfavorable? No. Okay, I thought that is what you meant. I thought that's what you meant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, distinguished members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here in support of Senate Bill 850. I guess one for the record is This is not iLottery. The best way to think about this piece of legislation, I'm not going to call out any specific food delivery service because I don't want to pick favorites there. But this is basically a way to purchase a lottery ticket through Jackpot, but someone basically goes to pick up the lottery ticket for you. That's the best way to describe it. There's, this has been done in over 16 jurisdictions across the United States. And really, part of the reason why I was intrigued by this piece of legislation is, colleagues, when we're thinking about where our challenges are with the budget, what we've seen in other states that this has been successful in, the back of the envelope estimate on what we could probably get for the state of Maryland if this bill passes is close to $100 million. And that's real money. So, I appreciate Bill Frick's leadership on this and the coalitions who support this. We are working with State Lottery to make sure that we address any concerns that might be had, but this is an opportunity just to make lottery a little more convenient. So if someone orders, a fast food restaurant to go, they can get a lottery ticket in the same time. But somewhat.
Sort of, digitally.
Digitally, that's right. So it's, it's all digital online, but there'll be a printed copy of the ticket that's purchased, and there's geofencing involved. So this is the, there's a third-party validator that will make sure everything's above board. But with that, I'll turn it over to Bill Frick.
Thank you, Senator Zucker, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. I know this is a year where Budget and Tax has a lot of difficult decisions to make, so I'm very pleased to report that Senate Bill 850 isn't one of those difficult decisions. This should be actually a really easy one, and it actually is one that can create revenue that actually makes some of your other decisions, deliberations a little easier. Senate Bill 850 will bring significant and nearly immediate revenues to the state by enabling a method of ordering lottery tickets that currently happens in many other states, including the District of Columbia. That model is known as lottery couriers. With a lottery courier, a consumer places an order for a standard lottery ticket using a courier service's mobile app or website. The courier has the order fulfilled using a standard lottery terminal at an affiliated retailer, uploads a digital copy of the ticket to the customer's account, and stores the ticket securely pending the drawing. If the customer wins, the courier processes the claim and credits the customer's account, unless the jackpot is large, in which case the customer has to get the physical ticket so that he or she can claim it in person. Couriers do not mark up the price of the ticket or take a cut of any winnings. They're paid up front when the customer funds the account. This approach is not mutually exclusive with other programs such as iLottery or iGaming, but it does have the advantage of being a revenue stream that can be tapped quickly since it doesn't require a complicated RFP process. Now, I know our retailer friends are going to come in and oppose it because they're worried this will cut into their sales. But, Senators, that's not what we've seen in other states. In New Jersey, draw-based games sales have increased 20% annually since the introduction of couriers. In Arkansas, draw-based game sales have increased 14% since the introduction of lottery couriers. If these couriers were simply stealing sales from the traditional brick and mortar folks, you wouldn't see those kinds of increases. So respectfully, Senators, I think this is a no-brainer opportunity to significantly increase lottery revenues with little to no downside. I would respectfully urge you to give Senate Bill 850 a favorable report.
Thank you. Yes, Senator King.
Thank you. Are there any kind of play limits or anything like that to prevent problem gaming with this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Senator. I should have mentioned that up front, but there are limits. So I represent two of the entities, Jackpocket.com and Jackpocket, and we have a $600 a day play limit. You can only fund your account up to $300 a day. You can only play $600. So that, that prevents problem gaming situations. We certainly, with the amendments, would be working with lottery to any procedures have to be signed off on by lottery. We also, as Senator Zucker mentioned, geofencing, so you're in state. There's ID verification, so you're of age. And I should also mention those caps on how much you can play prevents some of these situations where you've probably heard about these over the years. Someone tries to buy up every combination. You wouldn't be able to do that using a courier because we would have these limits on how many
plays anyone can place. So it's a pretty good system and is working well in many other states.
Any other questions? Yes.
So, first of all, thank you for coming to talk to me about it. We talked kind of in the halls we were walking, and I'm still trying to understand it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. I'll try to tackle all of your colleagues here. It's a busy time of year. I've done my best.
So let's talk about, you talked about courier, and then you talked about, you know, let's say I'm trying to think of the convenience store where normally people go in. Who's going to get the proceeds for buying the ticket if somebody goes on this app and buys it?
So when you go on the app, so the couriers don't mark up the ticket and they don't take a cut of any winnings. They don't take commission. They get funded when you fund your account up front. So then they place the order using a traditional vendor. Now, in most other states, the couriers work with a vendor that they also own, but they're fully compliant with the other lottery rules, their actual stores and so on. If you chose, we could require them to work by contract where you couldn't own it, but.
So I can't go in there and select, say, hey, I want to buy my tickets from my local Wawa because that's where I go to buy.
Right. So the reason is, Senator, when you're buying from a courier, they then upload a digital copy, and that's important because you want to know that the order actually got fulfilled, right? So they upload a digital copy into the app, and then they have to store that securely pending the drawing. And so that's why you would need it to be at one specific place, whether the courier owns it or whether it's a contractual relationship. You'd really need it to be a dedicated place because there's some back office, there's some training, there's some back office controls. So you couldn't do that scenario where you say, hey, courier, pick it up from Pinky's, pick it up from the 7-Eleven on West Street.
All right, and then my other question is, you said 100 million is what you
Yes. So what we've seen is about a 15 to 20% lift on the lottery program, and so in Maryland that would be the ballpark 100 million plus or minus some, depending on what your base you're modeling off of. But yeah, 90, 100. And what we've seen is it really doesn't erode the sales. Partly, Senator, because they use modern technology to reach into folks. They use, emails, they use text messages. Hey, did you know that the Mega Millions is $1 billion? And they tap into a young, sophisticated, tech-savvy group that isn't necessarily walking in. And frankly, it's free advertising. If I get that text message that says it's $1 billion Mega Millions, I can still fulfill that when I stop for gas.
Okay, no, I get it. I just, I'm always hearing about, we can get more revenue if we do this by, we're going to get more slots revenue by this, more lottery revenue this. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts with our constituents. We're constantly taking more and more money, disposable income from them into the state, and it's just like.
Yeah, I totally understand. You guys have a lot of difficult decisions on things like iLottery or gaming. What's nice about this is these are the same tickets you can already buy, right? It's the same program. It's not anything new. It's just a way of connecting.
Convenience.
Yeah, and connecting a young, tech-savvy group that, one of the folks I represent works with DraftKings, so there's cross-marketing opportunities. Hey, you folks that love playing, fantasy, did you know there's a Mega Millions jackpot? And it's a way of sort of connecting a different audience to the games.
This is only for the quick, I guess you would call it the quick draws?
It's for any of the paper games. It wouldn't be for racetrack and stuff like that. Scratch-offs would also be available through couriers, yeah.
Scratch-offs will too?
Yeah.
So I guess instead of the joy of actually scratching off, all they're just going to do is scan the.
I don't know. It's not my thing. I would want to be able to physically scratch it off, but people do it.
If you want, I can lend you a quarter, no problem.
I would want the personal satisfaction of scratching it off, but it is something that people do order through couriers, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator.
Thank you for that testimony. A couple of weeks ago here, we heard a testimony relative to online gambling. That would be that an individual would have the opportunity to get up in the middle of the night and gamble. It would be 24-hour service. That's what we heard. Now, how is what you're proposing here different from what we heard a couple of weeks ago? What's the difference?
Senator, I think the difference is this is only allowing folks to buy lottery products. So these are only products that they would already be able to acquire. So the same Mega Millions program that the state already runs, the same Powerball program the state already runs, and so on.
It's basically the same?
You would literally be buying Mega Millions tickets, Powerball tickets, and so on, just like you can already do.
So of the online gambling
Totally different.
and getting up in the middle of the night to buy lottery tickets, it's basically the same. Is that what I just heard you say?
You could buy them in the middle of the night just like you could, by going to the 7-Eleven in the middle of the night, Senator, yeah.
Okay, so
But it's because of the nature of these games, it's, I think, a little less likely you'd have the kind of problem gaming that you might with, casino-style games.
you would have the same problem?
No, different.
Different. I don't think you would have that problem, Senator. I don't think you would have the problem gaming situation. As I mentioned to Senator King, there's limits on how much you can play in any given day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
We have a couple of people who are opposed to this bill, but I don't think more than we have chairs, so I think if those who want to testify against it want to come on up, that might work.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'll go ahead and get started. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm up here representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association, which, in addition to energy marketers, also represents convenience stores. And we are here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 850. One thing you have my written testimony, so I don't want to belabor that. I know you all have a long afternoon ahead of you. One thing I'd like to bring up is the issue of physical locations. One thing that the proponents had mentioned is that in other states, they actually have their own locations. So the idea that a courier service may go into our brick and mortar stores that have already spent their earnings here, setting up their businesses here, these new couriers could actually come in and set up their own retail location. I would encourage you all to go ahead and look at what other states have done when it comes to setting up their own retail locations. A lot of them do not look like the convenience stores that you and I are used to going into. And on the issue of convenience stores, look, I think the concern from our end is that, we talk about, bringing new players into the fold on gaming in this respect. Our concern is that those new players don't become our players, that they don't come into our stores to buy their lottery products. And not only do they not buy their lottery products, they don't buy gasoline at our stores. They don't buy their favorite snacks, their favorite beverages. May or may not be subject to new taxes on those, but those are the issues that we're concerned about. And that is why we're in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 850. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Wise here on behalf of the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. This is the association of packaged goods stores across the state. For all the reasons Mr. O'Halloran said, we oppose the bill, but a couple things. In the event the committee were to move forward with the bill, you should include some prohibitions in here, and those would include not allowing these courier entities to have a financial interest in a retail location, and also prohibiting them from accepting inducements of any sort from a retail location, such that you'd basically start a bidding war where larger retail chains could corner the market on these courier sales. So again, we ask you not to do this, but if you do, I think some of those protections should be put in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Our grocers obviously sell lottery, and we do represent convenience stores as well. So we believe that authorizing these sales is effectively a backdoor to legalizing iLottery. And there is little evidence available as to how this could benefit lottery retailers, as the majority of states that have authorized these sales actually have little to no regulation, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. as Mike said, what actually occurs in these other states, they're going to tell you that they are going to partner with existing lottery retailers, but that's not the reality of what occurs at all. They end up standing up their own operations with just enough junk food for sale to qualify as a convenience store. And this allows these entities to profit not only from their purchasing fees, but from the sales and winning commissions that are awarded to lottery retailers. A little more detail around our sales in convenience stores. Lottery sales make up almost 10% of convenience store sales, and 95% of lottery purchases include other incidental items. So removing these sales from lottery retailers could have a major impact on our operations. And industry is already adjusting to the reduced sales commissions that the state passed in last year's budget. The majority of other states that have authorized these sales have honestly passed a free-for-all authorization with very minimal regulations. And the lack of regulations, and just piggybacking on what Steve said, means that these entities can charge whatever percentage or convenience fees that they want, while licensed lottery retailers are capped by the legislature, with an even lower number now after sales commissions were, again, reduced in last year's budget. So we urge an unfavorable report, and I'm glad to answer any questions the committee has.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Pica on behalf of Royal Farm Stores. This bill will compete directly with convenience stores, gas stations across the state. Those are lottery retailers who have been loyal to the state for decades. I thought I understood this bill, but after hearing the testimony, I'm more confused. There are no guardrails, no conditions that protect existing businesses in Maryland that do retail, that do lottery business and other businesses. So for the reasons stated previously, we ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to, not anymore. Okay, we're going to go back to Senate Bill 904. Senator Hester, bring up the panel, whatever you like to do.
Thank you very much, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapap, members of the esteemed Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, Senator Katie Fry-Hester here to present Senate Bill 904, the Building Information Guardrails Data Act of 2025. Last year, the General Assembly took a major step in protecting digital privacy by passing the Maryland Kids Code and the Online Data Privacy Act, which established critical guardrails for how corporations collect and use personal data. But there's still a gap. We have to set the rules for data privacy, and we don't yet know exactly who is collecting, buying, and selling our data. This is where the Big Data Act comes in. It builds on our progress in two key ways. First, it identifies the players by creating a data broker registry. And second, it ensures that they contribute to Maryland's economic future by imposing a 6% tax on data broker profits. This will fund the Attorney General's office to enforce data privacy and consumer protection efforts, as well as the blueprint, behavioral health, digital literacy, and more. So why does this matter? Every time we go online, someone is tracking us, selling our data, and making money without our knowledge or consent. Data brokers pull in billions every year, yet Marylanders benefit from none of that revenue. It's simply wrong to let the data brokers sell our identities, our habits, our behaviors, while contributing nothing in return. Senate Bill 904 ensures Marylanders get a fair share while also addressing budget shortfalls and contributing towards the enforcement of the Online Data Privacy Act. I'm sure you all know this, but just in case, a data broker is a company that collects personal information about individuals from various sources, compiles it into detailed profiles, and sells it to other organizations. So as I said earlier, Senate Bill 904 creates the Data Broker Registry, which requires all data brokers operating in the state of Maryland to register with the comptroller annually, disclose their data collection and sales practices, and enforces penalties for noncompliance. Data brokers profit immensely from selling our personal data, and this bill ensures that some of that money goes back to Marylanders. So this is the question of the day. How much money will this tax bring in? In 2024, data brokers generated $284 billion in revenue. If we take 2% of that industry, assuming that it operates in Maryland, a 6% tax could generate $342 million annually. With industry growth, by 2034, this tax could bring in over $700 million per year. And so where does the money of this tax go? The revenue will fund critical state programs, including consumer protection, education, and AI innovation. As listed in the bill, the greater of 0.75% of the profits, or $2.5 million annually, will establish the Privacy Protection and Enforcement Unit, which the Attorney General will discuss. It also funds $2.5 million, or 7.5%, for the major IT development projects in the state related specifically to AI, artificial intelligence projects. 7.5%, or $2.5 million, goes through the K-12 digital literacy programs for Maryland Public Television. And the greater of 35%, or $130 million, goes to children's mental and behavioral health through the Consortium for Community Supports Partnership Fund. The remaining would go into the Blueprint General Fund. Why now? Maryland faces a budget deficit, which this committee knows all too well, and this will ensure that those harvesting our data pay their fair share rather than letting Marylanders, taxpayers, foot the bill. Furthermore, as technology advances, data harvesting will only increase, and action is needed now to protect our privacy and secure funding for the future. We are expecting the big data companies to push back on this, arguing that the tax isn't necessary and claiming it hurts business. But they've profited off Marylanders without oversight for years, and it's time that they contribute. Maryland already taxes income, property, and businesses. Why should data brokers get a free pass? Other states are taking action. Vermont and California require data brokers to register and disclose data practices. Washington has a proposed tax on data broker profits. And with this bill, Maryland has the opportunity to lead, protecting residents, holding companies accountable, and securing needed revenue. There is an amendment that Delegate Solomon and I are on to work to strengthen the definition of data broker, which I will share with the committee shortly. It's our intent that this legislation focus on the large data brokers who do not have a direct relationship with the consumer. They collect and, more importantly, resell our private data. And that amendment, I think, will take away the opposition of many of the smaller companies that may testify. The bottom line is that Senate Bill 904 is a win for Marylanders. It protects our privacy, increases transparency, and ensures that if companies profit off our data, Maryland benefits too. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 904.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Attorney General, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's an honor to be able to testify before the Budget and Tax Committee, not on my budget bill, although I move favorable on that. I want to thank Senator Fry-Hester for her leadership in all these spaces, AI and cyber and online data privacy. Maryland has taken important steps forward, as the sponsors indicated, enacting laws like the Maryland Online Data Privacy Protection Act, the Kids Code, but laws on the books are just not enough. We need the resources to enforce them. Right now, the Office of the Attorney General has just one attorney dedicated to privacy enforcement, and she is sitting to my left, and that's Hannah Abrams, who's here to answer any questions that you may have. It's simply not sustainable in a world where consumer data is collected, sold, and misused at an unprecedented scale. Other states recognize the challenge and have made real investments. Connecticut has a privacy enforcement unit with 6 attorneys and 3 staff members. Delaware added 2 attorneys and 2 staff. Oregon, 3 attorneys and 2 staff. Last year, not before this committee, but on both the Online Data Privacy Act and the Maryland Age Appropriate Design Code, the Kids Code Act, I testified about the complexity of privacy laws and the sheer volume of consumer data that needs oversight. I made it clear then, and I'll say it again now, without dedicated professionals, including attorneys, investigators, and technologists with expertise in data privacy, AI, and high-tech enforcement, Marylanders' personal information remains at risk. The idea that I can apply one attorney in one area of the law to do this very difficult, complex area of the law, I want to dispel. I need lawyers trained in this area. I need non-lawyers, as I mentioned, technologists, forensic data auditors to do this kind of work. Other states have recognized it, and as other states have made this investment. A statewide data broker registry would bring much needed transparency, as Senator mentioned, allowing Marylanders to see which companies hold their personal information and giving them a clear way to opt out. Other states, as you've heard, are already leading the way. California, Oregon, Vermont, and Texas require data brokers to register, making it easier for consumers to understand and control their data exposure. By adopting a similar approach, Maryland can empower consumers and enhance privacy protections. Despite the critical need for privacy enforcement, no additional resources have been allocated, and I did, in fact, in response to the bills that were passed last year, I did request in my over-the-target budget request for fiscal 26 the resources to do this enforcement. It was not included in either the governor's budget or in the supplemental budget. Without proper funding, our privacy laws risk becoming ineffective. One solution, and that's what's in this bill, a tax on data brokers could generate the revenue needed to support enforcement efforts. I can assure you, I don't want all the taxes that this bill generates, just a small percentage to do the kind of work we need to do. And this bill will ensure the companies are held accountable and mail-owners are protected. The bottom line, we have strong privacy laws, but without the resources to enforce them, they're just words on paper. So it's time to give the Office of the Attorney General the tools it needs to safeguard consumer privacy in Maryland. This is not an effort of the Attorney General to continue building the kingdom that I've been accused of building. I inherited an extraordinary team of professionals that want to be responsive to what you want us to do. You are authorizing us to do important work. We interpret that authority as a direction from the General Assembly. Do this, and do this. When the Online Data Privacy Protection Act was passed, when the Kids Codes Act was passed, we did suggest that there be a private right of action so that private residents of Maryland who are harmed could bring an action, and that was rejected by the General Assembly. That's a policy decision that I do not take issue with. But because of that policy decision, the Office of the Attorney General is the only entity in Maryland at the state level that can protect Marylanders. So I need the resources. This bill not only is important for registering data brokers, but for generating the revenues that we all need for our general fund and our budget, and certainly the revenues that I need to stand up the unit that you need for me to have to do the work that you want me to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here. I'm Betsy Pasock, Vice President of the Maryland Center for Media Literacy and Education at Maryland Public Television. I'm here to testify as a beneficiary of some of the revenues and amplify the critical need for digital literacy education. Today's reality of digital device use is jarring. By age 4, more than half of children have their own tablet, and teens are spending upwards of 1/3 of their day online. Clearly, children have entered an adult world of online, unchecked information and influences without adequate safeguards or the skills to navigate impacts on their daily lives. Parents feel fear effects on mental health and privacy protections, and their fears are well placed. Digital media literacy means a child or teen is equipped with essential knowledge, skills, and attitudes that allows them to flourish and thrive in an increasingly global digital world. The Maryland Center for Media Literacy and Education is catalyzing communities. This means libraries, schools, institutions of higher ed, to educate students about the digital world. Today's youth must be informed about algorithms, social media influencers, unmonitored gaming platforms, and dubious content, to name just a few. So we do more. We also focus on support for parents and teachers, often the first line of defense in a child's online life. While AI and other emerging technologies are offering incredible opportunities, we must balance this with reducing harms and supporting students' well-being. Digital media literacy prepares students with the skills necessary to navigate our challenging and very complex media environment, guiding them in not what to think, but how to think. The funding provided through the passage of this bill is critical to creating wiser digital citizens here in Maryland, but the funding also represents an investment in the strength of our civic society. It is vital, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Senator?
Thank you.
First of all, just let me, two brief comments. One is, I think it's a good bill, and I really appreciate the senator bringing it to us. Secondly, we don't want to build up the Attorney General's kingdom, but we do want to build up his army of lawyers and experts protecting Marylanders. So I think they're consistent with each other. Here's my question, because I'm not an expert in this area at all. So we do not register data brokers now, but other states do?
I mean, it's a growing field, and the 4 or 5 states that we mentioned, have just done that, but we do not do that currently, no.
But other states do it?
Yes.
And so when you were talking about an amendment that would, I guess, be related to size of company, would that apply to both registration and tax, or only to tax? Would you want to register the little guys too, is my question, I guess.
Okay, so I actually went down a rabbit hole with a consultant from Vermont, because Vermont does this. You could register all of them, or you could just register the ones who are regulated under the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. The difference is, if you register everybody who brokers data and you've got a broad definition, it could be like 10,000, 11,000, companies. California does it now with just the third-party, companies, and they have about 500 people on their list. It's more of a manageable size. Like, if a consumer wants to go into this registry and ask for their information to be deleted, it's much easier than to identify those 500 that are reselling it than the thousands. But it is up to this committee. This committee knows taxes. I'm happy to work with you at all. But you could have, different levels, but my advice was to make it the smaller. But obviously, then you're not taxing as many people.
No, I understand the tax piece of it, but the registration, so some states register more than others as a share of the market?
No.
Sorry?
So I was told by the consultant that as drafted, the bill is fairly broad and could result in us, registering 10,000, different types of brokers. Most of the other states do it more narrowly, which results in like 500 to 1,000 of the really large, lucrative billion-dollar data brokers.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, there's 2 people online also.
Yep, they are. Yep, thank you. Any other questions from this panel? Okay, we have Ms. Fitzgerald, Ms. Shea. You can begin.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 904. My name is Katrina Fitzgerald, and I'm Deputy Director at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent nonprofit founded over 30 years ago to secure the fundamental right to privacy in the digital age. This bill would provide important resources to ensure that Maryland's strong privacy law enacted last year is enforced. EPIC also in particular supports the registration requirements for data brokers in this bill, provides some level of transparency to an otherwise completely opaque industry, right? Data brokers are companies that most people have never heard of, but their entire business model is to profit off of our personal data. I doubt anyone in the room has ever heard of National Public Data, but they were breached last year, exposing the personal data of 2.9 billion people, including our social security numbers. And breaches are not the only harmful result of data broker practices, right? Data that's bought and sold about us is often inaccurate, leads to wrongful denials of credit, housing, jobs. Sale of personal data can also enable stalking and gendered violence, threats to public officials, and more. So these harms are why it's critical, particularly as Maryland considers taxing their income to pay for critical government services, that you do all you can to make data brokering as limited as possible. Maryland made great strides towards that last year with the passage of the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. To further protect consumers from the harms of data brokers, I would recommend this committee consider adding a provision that gives Marylanders the ability to use a centralized deletion mechanism to express their preferences to data brokers that they want their data deleted. I detailed that in my written testimony, but California passed a similar measure last year called the Delete Act. It kind of builds on a registry once you have one. Data brokers are among the worst offenders in terms of entities who abuse our privacy, so taxing them to help fund enforcement of privacy laws is a common sense measure, and EPIC urges a favorable report of Senate Bill 904. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just
It's Ms. Shea.
Yes,
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Oops. Sorry, I was having video issues. My name is Marissa Shea, and I'm an independent tech policy expert and Maryland resident with a favorable position on Senate Bill 904. As you've heard, last year, Maryland lawmakers took action to make the state a leader in kids' online safety and consumer data privacy. This bill builds upon that by creating a data broker registry and data brokering tax. The strong protections provided by the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act and the Maryland's KID Code are in part dependent upon the investigation and enforcement efforts by the state's Attorney General. As you heard from the Attorney General, this bill works to ensure such enforcement occurs through the creation of a privacy protection and enforcement unit. At a time when budgets are tight, this bill works to ensure the incredibly lucrative data broker industry benefits Maryland. By requiring data brokers register and pay a tax, Maryland not only has the opportunity to better oversee and regulate this industry, but also uses their monetization of Marylanders' personal information to the benefit of those residents. As consumers engage with apps on their phone, they don't always realize they're giving those apps permission to collect incredible amounts of personal information that is repackaged and sold to third parties. Although the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act created strong protections against the sale of the most sensitive personal information, the practice of data brokerage was not prohibited. Thus, data brokers can continue to buy and repackage certain categories of consumer data, sometimes in ways that make it possible to identify specific consumers and then resell that information to others for a variety of uses. The registry created by this bill both ensures state regulators and Maryland consumers are aware of the entities engaging in the work of data brokerage, making it possible for meaningful oversight to occur. Additionally, it helps consumers realize the promise of the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act by ensuring consumers are aware of their right to opt out and know how to make such a request. The future of data privacy is being decided at the state level, and this bill ensures Maryland continues to lead the way. Thank you for your consideration. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Questions for any of these favorable witnesses?
Good question. Is anyone aware of other countries that have a system similar to what's in this bill, as opposed to other states, registration and taxation?
I can get you that information.
Great. Super. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Good to see you, Mr. Attorney General. All right, we have a number of people signed up. Opposed? Excuse me? She was on the panel. She was there for questions. Kelly Locklear, Grayson Wiggins, Brennan Walter, Lenore Havey. I have in person, and then I have 3 online. Okay.
So good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in opposition to this bill. So to be clear, the bill as currently written is immensely broad in scope and includes businesses who should not be considered data brokers. As defined in the bill, and I would point you to page 10, lines 14 through 15 and 31 to 32, any business that merely receives data is considered a data broker. And for the record, that would be just about every single business in the world. We are asking that the definition of data brokering be appropriately tailored to actual businesses that sell data of consumers that they do not have a direct relationship. And both selling and the lack of a direct relationship are important factors in data brokering. And I did share this amendment with the sponsors, but we believe the language to fix it would be to remove that current definition of data brokering and then replace it with data brokering is the act of selling to third parties the brokered personal information of a consumer with whom the business does not have a direct relationship. So retailers, as we have discussed with the Comprehensive Privacy Act that passed last year, we do collect data in both our loyalty programs and to create better experiences for our consumers. We share products, we share coupons and sales that are of direct benefit to our consumers. So assessing a tax when we are already disclosing what we are doing with their data, which by the way, they can opt out of, and that was very clear in the law last year, that consumers are freely opting into, we just flat out oppose. So we urge you all to narrow that definition, and that would fix a lot of issues for us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Brennan Walter. I'm a lifelong resident of Maryland and the Deputy Chief Privacy Officer for Axiom LLC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding Senate Bill 904, which proposes to establish a data broker registry and impose a 6% gross receipts tax on data brokers. As a privacy attorney, I have serious concerns about the crushing burden this bill will place on both the state government and businesses, particularly small businesses and nonprofits. I also believe this legislation could have unintended consequences on competition. The proposed data broker registry would create a significant administrative burden for the state of Maryland. Implementing and maintaining such a registry would require substantial resources, including staff, technology, infrastructure, and ongoing oversight. This burden extends to businesses of all sizes who would need to navigate the registration requirements and potentially face steep penalties for noncompliance. While it represents less than half of Axiom's annual revenues, independent data compilation companies play a crucial role in modern marketing and advertising practices. We provide valuable insights that enable businesses to create personalized campaigns and improve their return on investment. Studies repeatedly show consumers prefer marketing that is relevant and tailored to them. By imposing additional costs and restrictions on data brokers, this legislation will undoubtedly hamper the ability of Maryland businesses to compete effectively in the digital marketplace. The proposed gross receipts tax on data brokers creates an unfair competitive landscape. While data brokers will be subject to this tax, the big tech companies with far more data, which includes highly sensitive data and data that are used for similar purposes, would not face the same financial burden. This disparity would further entrench those with dominant positions, reducing the state's economic competitiveness. The issues surrounding data privacy, broker regulation, and taxation are complex and far-reaching. The current bill raises numerous questions and concerns that cannot be adequately addressed within the timeframe of the legislative session. A more comprehensive study of the potential impacts and alternative approaches is necessary before moving forward with such significant legislation. In conclusion, while the intent to protect consumer privacy is commendable, Senate Bill 904 presents far too many challenges and potential negative consequences being enacted in its current form. I urge the committee to reconsider legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni, members of the committee. My name is Lenore Heavey, and I'm here on behalf of the Council on State Taxation. The proposed data broker tax is a direct tax on business inputs that violates several important tax policy principles, including transparency, fairness, economic neutrality, and competitiveness. The lack of transparency results primarily from pyramiding, which occurs when a tax is imposed at multiple levels during a production process, a production of a good or a service. This results in a hidden effective tax rate that exceeds the statutory sales tax rate, which is not transparent to citizens or to policymakers. Companies subject to this tax will be forced to either pass the increased tax on to their customers or reduce their economic activity in the state to remain competitive with other businesses that do not bear this tax burden. Ultimately, the economic burden of taxes on business inputs will shift to consumers through higher prices or to labor through stagnant wages and fewer jobs. So we're asking you to reject the tax provisions in this, in Senate Bill 904.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. You have our written testimony. Most of my talking points have been covered, so I'll be brief here. I just wanted to point out data brokers are often critical and critically utilized by small businesses to do things like fraud protection and ID verification. And so in addition to the concerns with what the definition of a data broker is, we have concerns that levying this tax, and my understanding from the House hearing is that no other state levies a tax in this way on data brokers. And so in any sense that that would impede the ability of small businesses to utilize services for services like fraud protection, we are very concerned there. And so with that, Mr. Chair, we'll just point everyone to our written testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Deb Peters. I'm a former South Dakota State Senator, past president of the National Conference of State Legislatures, and a CPA with extensive experience in state and local tax law. Ironically, I played a key role in the U.S. Supreme Court case, which did benefit Maryland a great deal, especially during the difficult time we had with COVID. But today I am here representing the Americans for Digital Opportunity, powered by the Association of National Advertisers, in opposition to Senate Bill 904. As written, this bill seeks to punish large corporations who collect, aggregate, analyze, buy, sell, or even share data. Instead, it will harm all businesses, nonprofits, universities, and political campaigns. Key concerns include, as we've already heard today, double taxation. Senate Bill 904 adds another tax on top of the state's corporate income tax. It's high administrative burden. This bill is an administrative nightmare for both the companies attempting to comply with this law, as well as for the this administration to administer such a tax law. The fluid nature of data makes compliance and enforcement impractical and almost completely unenforceable. The small business impact we've already heard. If you increase the cost of doing business in your state, it will reduce your economic growth of your small businesses. It will reduce your corporate tax receipts, and it will ultimately also reduce your sales tax revenue if you are no longer driving consumers to your businesses. Ironically, this will also hit your political and nonprofits as well, because campaigns and nonprofits rely on data brokers to connect with voters, donors, and volunteers. The FTC has emphasized that the free flow of digital information is critical for consumer access to services and content, and Senate Bill 904 undermines your economic growth, your research potential, and your political participation. As you know, over the last decade, technology has transformed the economy, particularly in data collection and utilization. Your data is powering your modern economy, and by taxing it again will diminish your economic growth of your other taxes. So I'm asking your unfavorable report for Senate Bill 904.
Thank you. Questions for this panel is with us here today. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
I have up to, I think, 4 people. Margaret Durkin.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 904. I submitted written remarks to the committee, and in our view, this bill is overbroad. As defined, a data broker appears to include any business that collects data, which would essentially encompass nearly all businesses in the state of Maryland. The exemptions within the bill conflict with privacy law, the current privacy law exemptions, and does not contain an exemption for fraud, deterrence, or abatement. Fraud abatement is a common use case for one to purchase data. At TechNet, we work to ensure that tax structures create level playing fields for all products and services and don't disadvantage a certain sector. Imposing a new tax on a broad range of businesses operating in Maryland will ultimately stifle innovation. Businesses rely on data for advertising, fraud detection, and consumer analytics. and businesses that are already subject to Maryland's digital advertising tax as well as the corporate income tax will then face a third and triple tax on their business activities. In conclusion, I also wanted to note that the Washington bill that has been referenced by past speakers did die this session, so that is no longer being considered, at least for 2025. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on our concerns of Senate Bill 904 related to data brokers, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Richard Vern? I think you're. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Richard Varn, former state senator from Iowa, executive director of the Coalition of Sensible Public Records Access. We've submitted written testimony, both in the form of a letter that specifically outlines our concerns about the bill, as well as a policy paper, which I'm going to highlight a little bit. In the interest of your time, there's an executive summary of it that condenses it down to 2 short pages. Our main concerns are, we question the bill's lumping together of all data providers and calling them data brokers like it's an epithet. Data brokers become a caricature, and it's clouded our understanding of what the information industry entities do and their value. The double taxation issue has been mentioned, and I would mention in our context of advocating for public records, it's triple taxation because people pay for these public records to be put into these databases, and then you're taxing them on the profits they make later when they use those records to make money. Now, we've attached our policy paper that addresses the issues raised by this legislation, addresses how various types of data providers do benefit the public, and contrary to the other testimony, and the government. Data providers level the playing field for businesses and governments, providing valuable and cost-effective access to data to the benefit of all. Substantial amount of data providers and services are sold as business to business and business to government. 33 million businesses in the U.S. governments cannot, by themselves, have affordably or efficiently have this data to do their work. Businesses and government use these economies of scale of data providers to gain or serve billions of people, to gain dollars, efficiencies, improve outcomes, revenue, and job growth. Just a little bit of the benefits, just to highlight this: buying and selling homes, choosing care providers, protecting vulnerable populations, fair insurance rates and loan transactions, buying a car, getting a job, starting or running a business, enabling commerce, helping law enforcement, securing payments or obligations, keeping people safe, and preventing fraud and identity theft. We urge you to consider a more nuanced approach and oppose the tax, the double and maybe triple tax on what would be public records that this bill would cause. And we respectfully ask for a non-favorable report on 904. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Megan Stokes.
Good afternoon. Thank you to speak today. I'm Megan Stokes. I serve as the State Policy Director for the Computer and Communications Industry Association. We are an international not-for-profit tech trade association whose member companies will be impacted by this proposal. The definitions have already been discussed. There's multiple concerns there. We do appreciate that the sponsor is planning on making amendments to the definitions. We look forward to working with the sponsor on that. The bill's definition of business entity is limited to Maryland residents when the business is also an individual. However, the resident limitation is not present when the business is a corporation, partnership, or joint venture. Consequently, the bill would tax businesses outside Maryland who serve Maryland residents. This would discourage businesses outside Maryland from serving Maryland consumers. Additionally, this section conflicts with Federal Internet Tax Freedom Act, which prohibits states from imposing discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce, as well as the Constitution's Dormant Commerce Clause. When Maryland enacted the Digital Advertising Gross Revenues Tax in 2021, that law was challenged at both the state and federal levels. A Maryland state court struck down that law, citing several unconstitutional provisions, including discrimination against out-of-state commerce. That law is still being litigated. We do appreciate the committee's consideration of these comments, but we have severe concerns with this bill. We request that this bill not move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Snyder.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the executive director of the Maryland Delaware DC Press Association, and I've come to testify because we're one of those business entities that are kind of, I feel like we've been swept up into this data broker bill by this overly broad definition. As defined, and people have belabored the definitions, we feel like at the very least, it should line up with the online data privacy bill that was passed last year. This introduces a whole nother set of definitions that are so broad that it would make nearly every business in the state subject to this data broker tax. So we just urge the committee not to move this bill forward until it is fully corrected, narrowed, and takes into account sort of the unintended consequences of sweeping in news media to this bill. So we request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the online witnesses? Thank you all very much. All right, let's do a couple of mine just for fun, huh? Just for fun. All right, we're going to start with SB 667. You can begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Favor Obasio. I serve as the Legislative Fellow in Chair Gazzoni's office. Today I am here to present Senate Bill 667, titled Gaming, Slot Machines, Skill-Based Amusement Devices. Senate Bill 667 seeks to clarify and codify existing regulations regarding skill-based amusement devices in Maryland. This legislation is crucial to ensuring that arcade-style gaming establishments such as Dave & Buster's and other family entertainment centers can continue operating in Maryland under the long-lasting regulatory framework established by the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency. Since 2017, Maryland's regulations has distinguished skill-based amusement devices from illegal slot machines, allowing these games to award low-value prizes. This system has functioned effectively for years, fostering a thriving industry that employs over 600 Maryland residents and contributes approximately $5 million annually to the state economy. With 158 locations across 43 states, Puerto Rico, and Canada, including 6 locations in Maryland, such as the main event located in Columbia, Maryland, Dave & Buster's depends on this model to operate successfully. The recently proposed regulatory change, which seeks to prohibit players from accumulating tickets for higher value prizes, is both unnecessary and detrimental. This reversal would impose undue restrictions on an industry that has operated successfully within the state's guidelines for nearly a decade. Senate Bill 667 provides clarity by reinforcing the existing regulatory framework, ensuring that Maryland's entertainment and amusement industry remains stable and continues to contribute to the state's economy. Senate Bill 667 is necessary to protect local businesses, preserve jobs, and maintain the well-regulated amusement industry that families and individuals across Maryland enjoy. The Commission has offered an amendment to this legislation to cap the value of an accumulated prize at $599, which is acceptable. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 667.
Thank you. Great job as usual.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Cole here on behalf of Dave & Buster's. I don't know if members of the committee have been in a arcade recently, such as Dave & Buster's or Main Event, but they're different than maybe when you were younger. You get these points, and each arcade game you can gain points. So skee ball, even Pac-Man, you gain points, and then at the end you go and you collect prizes. I got 4 kids. 3 of them are very much in the arcade age, and this is their favorite part of going, collecting the points, and then getting a prize at the end. In November of last year, the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency proposed a regulation to prevent operators of skills-based amusement, such as Dave & Buster's, from allowing customers to accumulate tickets to obtain prizes with a wholesale value above the established minimum value of $30. You can see how that would undermine that model altogether. That's not clear from the original intent of the law. We appreciate Senate Bill 667 for clarifying that. We accept the amendment that has been offered for the cumulative value, but this is just a common sense revision to the law so that this regulation does not go in place, which would, again, destroy the model for Dave & Buster's and make it so I don't have a place to take my kids on Saturday when it's raining. So we would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 667.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Angel, Regional Operations Director for Dave & Buster's. I currently oversee 8 locations, 6 which are in Maryland. Dave & Buster's is a publicly traded company with a successful restaurant and same business with more than 150 locations across the U.S. Each Dave & Buster's location contains full-service restaurant, event spaces, and large gaming area where guests can purchase chips on a rechargeable card to use on the arcade in an effort to accumulate tickets that can be exchanged for prizes that range from candy or electronic devices. As the retail environment shifts away from brick and mortar, Dave & Buster's is excited for the opportunity to be able to bring retail customers to malls and take over vacant big box spaces. As Mr. Cole explained, the accumulation of tickets is integral to the Dave & Buster's business model. The ability for customers to accumulate tickets to win prizes in excess of the minimal value encourages brand loyalty, increases the likelihood of more frequent and repeated customer business, and adds to the overall revenue. In turn, this allows Dave & Buster's to expand its operation in Maryland, employ more Maryland residents in its 6 locations, and ultimately pay more in taxes to the state. The prizes we're talking about that guests can redeem are nothing extravagant. Large prizes range from items such as game consoles, AirPods, VR headsets. We would like to continue our current business practice at the existing locations of awarding accumulated prizes. Thank you for the consideration and the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 667.
So I can see it on Senator Jennings' face that it's going to cost him more with his kids. But that's right. Yeah. So here's the thing. Ocean City, we've all been there. We've all gathered tickets for years and years. I had tickets that were in bags at my house for a while. They have an exemption. And so all this does, as I see it, is allow this particular retailer, operator who is, as he said, going in and taking up some brick and mortar space, to allow them to do with a limit now, because we'll accept that amendment that the lottery would like us to do, so that they can continue their business model. So that's why I brought it forward, because I think it's just fair considering what is already going on in the state.
Are there any other establishments other than Dave & Buster's?
Do this?
Well, this wouldn't be just for Dave & Buster's, I don't think. Okay. We would, as far as I know, we haven't limited it in any way to just them. This would be anybody who does this kind of business model.
It's going to cost me money. Spending $50 to win a $2 prize.
Just think of the joy that will be on your children's faces.
Yes, when they can, for the 5 minutes that they play with the toy, yes.
Yes. All right. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, committee. Here's the bad news. I just looked at the list. We have 73 more witnesses. What? 73 more witnesses. So we're going to try to pick up the pace here a little bit if we can.
Well, it's only 21 and 14.
We're going to start with my bill.
Oh,
and I'll
share.
Yeah. My next bill, which I also think is a great bill, as you can imagine, and we're going to ask my panel to come up. So I think this is also falls in sort of like the efficiency, good government, let's get it right area. This has to do with short-term rentals. There are taxes that are charged all across the state by local governments. There is a complete mishmash of what goes on with these short-term rentals. You've got your Airbnbs, your VRBOs, Bookings.com, and in any particular jurisdiction, you may have one of those entities, two of those entities, none of those entities actually remitting taxes. And so it's sort of a complicated mess. It's unfair to each other, all the players in this field. It's unfair to the local governments, and a lot of money is being left on the table. And so all this bill does really is create a mechanism under the comptroller to ensure that these monies that are legitimately taxed, that they are collected, and that they are collected evenly so that everybody pays who is supposed to be paying. And that's what it does. I'll let my witnesses take it from there.
That was a great setup, Mr. Chairman. Jamie Gregory here representing Airbnb. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 979. Airbnb is a market facilitator of short-term renting and a supporter of citizen-led tourism in the state. The latest figures from 2023 show that Airbnb contributed $667 million to Maryland's GDP and collected $210 million in total tax revenue. Approximately 800,000 people visited Maryland by staying with an Airbnb host, making Airbnb a significant contributor to the Maryland economy. SB 979 will provide, as the chairman mentioned, a centralized, efficient collection of local taxes on transient charges. It will mandate platforms to collect hotel rental taxes in all Maryland jurisdictions. As a result, it is projected that tax revenue for local jurisdictions will increase, both from increased compliance, but also by capturing all short-term rental platforms and not just those with voluntary agreements with the local jurisdictions. With the written testimony is an article describing the implementation of centralized collections in Tennessee, which saw a 320% increase in tax collections just on the Airbnb platform. SB 979 is good public policy. It's a win-win that's beneficial to the short-term rental platforms and the local jurisdictions by being more efficient and collecting more revenue. And I will let my colleague here say more, but obviously Airbnb wishes your support.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Travis Creel, and I'm a principal in Airbnb's indirect tax group. In my role, I provide counsel to our tax operations and tax policy teams regarding the state and local taxes that guests generate when they stay with our hosts. Prior to joining Airbnb, I worked for a decade in the state and local tax practices of Ernst & Young and KPMG. Airbnb supports SB 979 and its House counterpart HB 1103. These bills will modernize Maryland's local hotel rental tax collection and increase revenues by allowing every city and county to collect hotel taxes from accommodations intermediaries in an efficient and effective manner. Currently, many jurisdictions, including counties such as Garrett, Allegheny, and Kent, lack the statutory authority to require platforms to collect hotel taxes. SB 979 would require platforms to collect hotel rental taxes in these counties. The bills also create fairer pricing for platforms who currently voluntarily collect local hotel rental taxes. By mandating platform collection of hotel taxes, this bill will eliminate the pricing advantage of platforms that only collect taxes when mandated to do so. SB 979 reduces the administrative burden for Maryland localities by shifting much of the compliance process to the comptroller and reducing the number of returns required to administer their hotel rental taxes. SB 979 will increase overall compliance with the hotel rental tax, simplify the administration of the tax, and lower burdens on local governments and Marylanders who share their homes to make additional income. If passed, Airbnb's tax operations team stands ready to implement SB 979 and will encourage our peers in the industry to comply as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call up a number of people. There's a couple favorable with amendments, and then some unfavorables. What I want to let the committee know is that this is one that I think we need to get right. There are some quirky things about all of this, and so we're going to have some discussions. We'll do a work group, and we'll work out the things that we need. I know that there's some people, the Hotel Association has some issues, and there's some amendments that they've suggested. Bottom line, we're going to work all through that. With that, Lee Beeman, and Bruce Bariano, Justin Fiore, Kevin Canali.
Chair Gazzoni, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Lee Beeman. I'm the county attorney for Allegheny County. Chair Gazzoni, thank you for bringing this bill. This is an issue that has plagued us in Allegheny County. For years now, we have attempted to reach out to intermediaries like Airbnb and others to institute remittance of our hotel motel transient tax for short-term rentals. To paint the picture, currently in Allegheny County, we have 135 short-term rentals. We pay for a subscription through AirDNA to get that information, those statistics. Of those 135 rental units that we have, less than 10 of those units voluntarily remit to the county government. This would provide a solution to that problem. It would help generate revenue for us. In Allegheny County, we had approximately $1.8 million in rentals. The collection of this tax would generate us approximately $150,000 in revenue that we're not able to collect presently. And so for those reasons, we urge a favorable recommendation of Senate Bill 979.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canali here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. You do have our written testimony. Right off the bat, Mr. Chairman, this is the right way to do this. This is something that we've been interested in for many years, but some counties do have voluntary collection agreements with the intermediaries. And for those counties, we just want to make sure that we get this right. Like you said, there's some data sharing that needs to happen. We need to make sure that the comptroller has proper auditing authority. We want to make sure that people are remitting the right amount of money, that we can make sure to follow the trail. And then also, there are a number of mechanics involved here. Counties have agreements with municipalities, with local tourism folks, and without property level data from the comptroller, counties simply don't know where the money's supposed to go. Right, so right now they have that data. We want to make sure that they're able to continue to access that data so that, again, we can make sure the money goes where it needs to go. We also would like to make sure that right now we have a lot of STRs operating without licenses, even in counties that require licenses. In Montgomery County, there was a report last year, 85% of the short-term rentals in the county are operating without the required licenses. We think we can work with the platforms to help close that gap and make sure that people actually do have these licenses before they put their host listing on Airbnb or Vrbo. So we're working with them. We're having great conversations. I'm happy to hear we're going to work group this because I do think there's a path, but we'd ask for a favorable with amendments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in support of Senate Bill 979 with amendments. For all the reasons you've already heard, we do believe this is a really important bill, which is why we're here to support it. But we do have some amendments as well, in particular to municipalities. So two that I want to highlight for you. One, we would like to see direct funding to municipalities from the comptroller's office. Right now, this bill has it set up where the money that's collected would be remitted to the county and then to the municipality. There's a delay in time and funds for that. There's also potential for more administrative fees. So we'd like to get that cleaned up. And then also, while most of the bill is about collections and remittance, there's a provision of the bill that prohibits a municipality from applying a different rate to short-term rentals from other types of accommodations. We believe that should be a nuanced public policy decision at the local level to say one type of business has a different impact on the community than another type, and so we can treat them differently under our tax policy. So we would ask to have that provision struck from the bill. With that, we look forward to work group conversations and ask for a favorable amendment.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Very cool.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston III. I am here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association. And at this moment, We're signed up opposed, but we appreciate the comments of you, Mr. Chair, and willing to work with everybody to get, the bill right so that it's satisfactory to all, and we look forward to that opportunity. And we do have amendments that would address our concern. I'll start off by saying that we understand the request for centralized collection. It makes sense. We get that, but we have two amendments, and the purpose of the first amendment is to clarify that counties and municipalities still have the right to audit the hotel rental tax collection. That is their tax that they're going to be receiving, and we want them to have the same eyes and ability to review it the way they do hotels. Second amendment basically says that the tax authorities are not limited in the information they can request from the hotels, or currently they're not limited in the information they can request from hotels during an audit now. We want the same to apply to short-term rentals. So this amendment, would essentially bring the auditing process in line with that of hotels, and basically give the comptroller the flexibility and discretion if they need more information, to complete a successful audit and make sure that the right tax is being paid. So we look forward to working with the committee in that regard. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Rohrer, here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. Would like to echo Frank in thanking you, Mr. Chair, for working with us to address our concerns. We are supportive of the concept of centralized tax remittance for accommodation intermediaries, which would make it easier for them to remit the hotel tax, but is not something that hotels are asking for. I also want to mention that we're supportive of all of the amendments that MACO and MML are also asking for. Our amendment is intended to create parity in the auditing process for hotels and short-term rentals. The area of the bill that we are opposed to is those areas that go beyond centralized tax remittance and establish special treatment for platforms in terms of the information that would be provided to taxing authorities in an audit. When a hotel is audited, we willingly cooperate. We provide whatever information is requested, including transaction level detail that is necessary, for example, to prove if a guest is actually tax exempt. Audits catch honest mistakes, and both the comptroller and the counties and municipalities, as the tax is passed along to them, should be able to request any information deemed necessary to verify accurate hotel tax collection. And we care deeply about this because it's the hotel tax that funds marketing and promotion by local, county, destination marketing organizations. Hotels benefit from that, and short-term rentals do too. I am joined by a member here today who is a hotelier who has been audited multiple times, so he would be happy to answer any questions about what the auditing process looks like for hotels. We thank you for hearing our testimony, and thank you for considering our amendments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Jim Stark. And members of the committee. I'm Jim Stark. I'm the Vice President of Hotel Operations for the Best Western Arundel Mills, BWI Arundel Mills in beautiful Howard County. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration and taking this a step further to get it right. And I just want to sort of reiterate what Frank and Amy have sort of alluded to, that the basic tenets of this bill are we support. There's a few tweaks that probably need to be made to sort of, again, reiterate what Amy said. It's about the transparency and the equity and equality, especially in the auditing aspect of hotels and short-term rentals. I've been in Howard County, the hotel, since 1988, myself since 2001, and we've had an opportunity to get audited a few times, sort of like spot checking, and they go all the way down to the transaction level data. And I think that's important. Number one, so the county can see, that they're getting exactly what they should get. And from another level too, from the state level, and that doesn't go to the occupancy tax, but to the state tax, so they can verify everything. And I think that's important with taxation, no matter what the tax is. So I'm happy to answer any questions related to that and appreciate your time.
Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. Senator Quarterman, 861.
Chairman, my panel.
Absolutely. None of you look like George to me.
Thanks, I think.
Exactly.
Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rose Pep, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity today to present Senate Bill 861, the Western Maryland Economic Future Investment Board and Senator George Edwards Fund, most commonly known where we live as the George Board. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, representing District 2 in Washington and Frederick counties. Colleagues, yesterday we heard from the governor regarding his commitment to economic growth throughout our state, and specifically he brought up and spoke to and showed his support to this fund here in Western Maryland. Many of you were here when this fund was created and subsequently named for a former colleague and member of this committee, Senator George Edwards. As you will recall, the fund was created about 4 years ago to the tune of $50 million and applies to Washington, Allegheny, and Garrett County only. The bill before you today does a number of things. Primarily, this bill will extend the life of the fund. It mandates the fund to be continued at $10 million per year. However, we would like to see at a minimum, and hopefully the committee would allow the fund to be permissive and allow the governor to decide how to fund that in the future. The bill also not only extends the life of the fund, but it changes the membership of the board, as we believe. It would be myself, Senator McKay, Senator Edwards, and Senator Serafini, which you both know also serve on this board, as well as some other members of our delegation, that there can be a more efficient manner in which the board will can conduct themselves. There is an amendment that collectively all three counties have requested in regards to salaries within the job growth guidelines. Currently, the bill stipulates in the job growth category that wages exceed 150% for median household income. The counties have asked for that to be amended down to 120% of minimum wage, which is actually more in line with some other programs and being more competitive in our current economic environment. We really hope the committee will continue to support this fund. The bill has support from all three counties. Additionally, you'll find letters of support from both Senator Edwards and Senator Serafini. We have the executive director of the fund, Jake Shade, here with us today, as well as some other folks to speak to us of how the fund has been a great success here in the last several years. And again, we appreciate and thank you for the consideration and respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 861.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jake Shade. I'm executive director of the George Edwards Fund. And I'll give you a little statistics about what we've been able to do. We have some elected officials to talk about specific programs, but I think some keys that set this apart when Senator Edwards was setting this up was we wanted this to be a locally managed fund in Western Maryland, and we've done a very good job of that. In 2024, we fielded over $35 million in requests, and we funded $18.4 million of those grants. And collectively across the three counties, it's led to $145 million in economic impact. And since the fund's been created, when the projects will be finished, it's at over 1,100 jobs. So we are getting a tremendous return on investment. As you know, Senator Edwards and Senator Serafini, they run a tight ship, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. So all of our funds that we use to administer the Senator Edwards Fund come out of the interest. We keep our staffing very low. We only have one person, myself, and we have over 45 active grants right now. So we've done all sorts of stuff from Hagerstown to Oakland, and we're really seeing a nice impact. So I know you've all had a very long day. We've submitted our written report. Feel free to look at that, and if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Me? All right. Good afternoon. I'm Ray Morris. I'm the mayor of Cumberland. Thank you, Chairman Gazzone, for the opportunity to speak to you and to the rest of the committee. I'm here obviously in support of Senate Bill 861. The George Edwards Fund, as we call it, has been very instrumental in the last few years for some of the really good progress that the city of Cumberland has been able to make with the funding. I hope you all will come out and see the new revitalized Baltimore Street. Although the Edwards Fund didn't contribute directly to that, what it did contribute to was the businesses, some of the businesses that are located in Cumberland and on Baltimore Street. Specifically, it donated to the Queen City Creamery, the 1812 Brewery, the Wills Hotel, and the Rosenbaum Building on Baltimore Street, and also to Western Maryland Lemonade. As Mr. Shade pointed out, the money has been used wisely. We truly appreciate your support in the past, and we look forward to a favorable outcome for the Senator George Edwards Fund, Senate Bill 861. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senators, thank you for having us again today. My name is Todd Logston. I'm the mayor of the city of Frostburg. I would just like to echo the comments that my colleagues here have expressed to thank this committee and the state for the investment that has already been made in the last several years in the form of the George Edwards Fund, and to ask for its continuation. As it's been stated, we certainly understand the gravity of such a large financial investment, and we take it seriously. And we appreciate that the state has seen this as a priority to help Western Maryland experience the economic success that the rest of the state has experienced for some time, but maybe Western Maryland has been lagging. We have been very proud to use the funds that we've had so far in Frostburg and in other places throughout the 3 counties to invest in economic growth in some of our industries that already exist, to try and attract new ones that are there, work on cleaning up some blighted properties and providing housing, especially professional style housing that the modern economy requires. We look forward to continuing to do that, working with some of our economic partners we have in the area, most notably Frostburg State University, which is, at least in Western Allegheny County, our largest employer and our biggest economic driver. We certainly understand the challenges that are ahead, and we're thankful to the committee for what they've done so far. And we ask a favorable report on 861. Thank you.
Chair Gazzoni, members of the committee, again, for the record, Lee Beeman, County Attorney for Allegheny County, appearing on behalf of the Allegheny County Commissioners. I just want to point out two particular metrics here that I think are significant in understanding this request during a particularly tough budget year. These funds are being used as grant funds that are all being used with local matches. Of the $10.4 million that were awarded in Allegheny County, the total project values were $64 million. So there are significant matches from locals being put in to bolster these funds. Of those in Allegheny County in particular, 341 jobs have been created. That number is significant when you look at Allegheny County and you talk about the losses of our major manufacturing. We've lost the Luke Paper Mill, and we've very recently lost Hunter Douglas. Those major manufacturing jobs took a significant hit on our area. These funds are being used as a way to help bolster those employment numbers, and those jobs created still leave us at a net loss ultimately, but they are one of the main tools that's being used by our local governments to help stabilize our area. And so for those reasons, we ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 861. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. Yep. Good to see you, Mayor. Yep.
Did we miss anyone? Anybody else here to testify on that? Okay.
Last one up here.
Yes, sir. You are going to do 860. Greg.
Chairman, members of the Budget and Tax Committee, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity today to present Senate Bill 860, the prohibition of online sweepstakes games and revenue from illegal markets. The essence of this bill is about combating the proliferation of illegal online casinos, which are quite frankly ripping off Maryland citizens. Maryland residents are conned into wagering an estimated $6 billion on black market websites every year, including on so-called sweepstakes casinos, which claim to simply be a sweepstakes contest, but are in fact unregulated and untaxed gaming. These online casinos, which are often based offshore, evade consumer protections, responsible game and anti-money laundering requirements to which gambling in Maryland would otherwise be subject to. Players report never getting their money back, and most disturbing, there are no prohibitions against minors playing these games, which offer cartoonish animation and dangle million-dollar jackpots. These illegal online casinos present unfair competition to the state's legal and highly regulated and economically important casino industry. The bill will prohibit the operation, promotion, and or support of online sweepstakes games. The bill is critical to measures that protect the success of Maryland's gaming industry. The bill also makes sure that entities supplying black market casinos, often tied to organized crime syndicates abroad, cannot be licensed in Maryland. We cannot have a situation where we grant a gaming license to a company which is supplying illegal games. The legislation would force these illegal operators out of our state and provide a deterrent to offshore and domestic illegal online gaming operators from entering the state. I applaud the efforts to date by Lottery and Gaming Control Agency and the Attorney General's Office, who are working to combat these illegal gaming operations. This legislation clarifies that online real money, quote, sweepstakes casinos constitute illegal gambling and establishes penalties for operating and facilitating unregulated online gaming. Also, I would note here the bill is supported by Lottery. You'll see a written letter of support in the testimony, and as such, we thank you for your consideration of this bill and respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 860.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mike Johansson with the Rifkin firm on behalf of Light and Wonder. Very important bill. As you know, Maryland's gaming program has expanded, and at some point it may take another step forward with an expansion. But there's no reason not to consider legislation which protects the current industry, protects the state's revenues, and protects the state's consumers. As a law firm, I actually got a call last fall from an individual from Southern Maryland who said that he had lost money on a gambling website. So I asked him about it, and we found out that it was actually located in Malta. And I said, there's really not much that I can do as a private attorney. However, I'll refer you to the Attorney General's office. And they wound up telling him there really wasn't much they could do either. So this law is extraordinarily necessary. We hope you'll give it a favorable report. And instead of listening to me, we brought a couple experts here who can really answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Glazer with Light and Wonder. We're a gaming technology and content company that operates around the world and provides services to every casino, including every casino here in the state of Maryland. Senator Quarterman said it very well, and so and Mike said it pretty well. So I'm just going to make a couple of brief points. This morning I Googled Maryland online casino. In a state where online casinos are illegal, I got 15 online casinos that you can play right now. The extent of this is about $6 billion a year in wagers, according to the American Gaming Association. No responsible gaming, no taxation, no licensing, but plenty of money laundering and plenty of minors playing these games. We'll leave the details of the bill or in all the testimony. I will just say this. There's a debate going on about whether the state should authorize online gaming. There are different points of view, as you well know, in the casino industry. There is unanimity, however, that the black market that is exploding and infiltrating the state needs to be stamped out. The Maryland Lottery Gaming Control Authority said so today in a letter that they provided you. You'll find no opposition to this other than from those offshore entities that are today conducting illegal gaming in the state and who have been found to be illegal games in every state that has looked at it so far, state regulators. That's the only other voice you're going to hear here today or ever. So I'll leave it at that, but we appreciate your attention and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Adrienne Lodge. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at NFC Global, which is an investigation, research, and risk advisory firm. And I'm also serving as the Director of Research at Spectrum Gaming Group, where I've overseen thousands of investigations used to assess the suitability of applicants for gaming licenses. Today, I want to highlight a growing risk, how illegal online gaming platforms have become a key avenue for transnational organized crime to launder money. Illegal online gaming platforms operate without a license, without consumer protections, without regulatory oversight, and of course operate without any tax benefit to the state. A fundamental concern in any
gaming investigation is beneficial ownership. Who really controls the business and who profits from it? In a regulated environment, we know the answer, and the regulatory body undertakes the proper investigation to ensure that these persons have the integrity to hold a gaming license. With illegal operators, ownership is deliberately obscured, often linked to offshore jurisdictions with weak financial oversight. This opacity makes them prime vehicles for money laundering. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and the United States Institute of Peace have both issued warnings within the last year about links between illegal gambling, transnational organized crime, and cyber fraud. At the core of these crimes really is money laundering. Transnational criminal networks use illegal and underregulated online casinos to disguise illicit funds from cyber scams and fraud as gambling winnings, making dirty money appear legitimate. And this enables them to buy stocks, real estate, luxury goods while evading detection. The use of illegal online gaming platforms by these networks has become an increasing concern as these networks integrate billions into the formal financial system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, Senator Solling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I appreciate this bill because, I think we all see them at times, and if I'm wrong, let me know. But are these like the ones that just pop up on your phone at times, and all of a sudden you don't want to hit it, and then they could literally take advantage of you? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes. I knew it was a simple one. Thank you.
Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for bringing the bill. Appreciated our conversation the other day. This is to Mr. Johansson. Which southern county did you get the call from? Because I didn't know Washington County was south.
No, I didn't say. Did I say Washington County?
You said Southern Maryland.
Yes, Southern Maryland. That's where the gentleman called from. Exactly.
I was asking which southern county.
He didn't tell me where he was from. He was a little embarrassed at the time. And he had this story that basically he kept watching the spinning wheels, right, which was a tell that it's really an online casino. And he says every time he thought he won, it actually switched to the next one and he didn't win. And he said it happened to him so many times that he got frustrated to the point that he stopped gambling on it. However, he just called desperate because there was no one he could go to even have a conversation about it. And certainly the 1-800 number didn't really answer his questions.
Thank you, sir. Good bill. Thanks.
Mr. Johansson, Brad signed up. He's not coming today.
No, he's unfortunately got the COVID or something like that. So he's quarantined at the moment.
All right, well,
exactly.
We appreciate him keeping his distance.
Yes.
But we're thinking of him.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much. We have, it looks like one unfavorable, Josh White. And you can begin whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Josh White of KO Public Affairs, representing VGW Group, a highly regulated Australian public company and a pioneer in online social games. Since 2012, VGW has provided free-to-play digital entertainment enjoyed by many Marylanders. Social gaming is not gambling. Our games are always free to play with optional purchases of in-game tokens for enhanced gameplay, very common to games like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans. Tokens have no real world value and cannot be redeemed for money. Moreover, like McDonald's, Monopoly, and Microsoft Rewards, VGW uses sweepstakes promotions for marketing purposes, and importantly, players never play for a chance to win those promotions. Instead of driving game players to unregulated, unscrupulous platforms that lack essential safeguards and player protections, Maryland has an opportunity to establish a modern, effective framework that safeguards players and allows the state to benefit from a well-structured regulatory model. Moreover, this bill is overly broad and risks chilling legitimate sweepstakes promotions used by retailers and other businesses. A better approach is regulation and not prohibition. Maryland can create a smart and a beneficial framework that ensures customer protections, age verification, anti-money laundering, anti-fraud measures, and best-in-class responsible social game policies. VGW welcomes the opportunity to work with you and to achieve all of these goals. We urge the committee to reconsider this bill and pursue a balanced and thoughtful approach that protects Marylanders while providing and preserving an innovative digital and entertainment industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That, I don't see any other witnesses. That should conclude the bill hearing on 860. Senator Corderman, why don't you come back up, and we're going to do Senate Bill 982. You want to bring your panel up with you? That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Of course.
I'll start here. Use OTBs, and we'll go from there.
Okay, cool.
No. Okay.
Start with you, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Budget and Tax Committee, again, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 982, wagers on historic horse racing. So this bill is about a number of things. It's not necessarily about one thing. It's probably about 3 or 4 things in here. First, this is about keeping Maryland gaming dollars in Maryland. So when you look at this map, where I live and where the OTB to the left of me is located, we're in Western Maryland, okay? And so probably about an hour to an hour and a half of any casino. But if people get the urge to go gaming, they go to West Virginia. We're about 20 minutes away from Charlestown, West Virginia. And so particularly the 2 OTBs in Western Maryland, Boonesboro and Frederick, that's where those individuals are going. So we're losing Maryland gaming dollars hand over fist to our neighbor to the south. And so the first thing, like I said, it's about keeping those Maryland gaming dollars in Maryland. Number 2, I want to be very clear, this is not about hurting the casinos. It's not about cannibalizing the casinos. We love the casinos. The casinos are a huge industry within our state. We're all very supportive of the casinos. I know the committee is very familiar with all the work they've done for a variety of things, whether it's the Educational Trust Fund and other things throughout our state. And so the objective here is not to hurt the casinos. They've submitted their letter of opposition. We've heard some opposition from them already today and some other bills. But again, you're going to hear some of these same things. The first thing that they come, though, with, a matter of fact, is they're concerned that there is virtually no distinction between the HHR machine and the VLT game. And, we heard the same opposition just a few moments ago in regards to the fraternal clubs testimony. And, if you look at the pool tab machines, look at the bingo machines, that same argument I'm sure could be made there as well. But those machines already coexist in our state. They've already coexist within our gaming industry throughout our state. And so it's not about the entertainment display, it's about the interior of the machine itself. Something I know that many members on this committee are familiar with, and we have some experts here with us today that will happy to answer any questions to that respect and dig into that as we feel necessary. As we talked about keeping Maryland dollars in Maryland, again, if someone is on, it cuts both ways. If someone is on the Eastern Shore, they're going to go to Ocean Downs. They're not going to drive up 50 across the bridge to come to one of these OTBs. It's the same thing. These OTBs are geographically located in a way that we feel is very diverse and provides that geographic diversification, specifically when it comes to gaming. A lot of this goes back to the word cannibalization, and I'm sure we'll hear that again from our friends from the casino industry. But what I find interesting when we talk about cannibalization again is you'll hear from the opponents, and also the fiscal note points it out as well. While everyone will speak to that, no one can really specifically say what that means exactly, or exactly what that number is. Now, you're going to hear a number of things here today from us to really tell you how de minimis this is. First, we have here today at GGHM. GGHM is a leading global casino gaming industry advisory, analytics, and investment firm from Las Vegas who flew here today to answer any questions and be able to help put to bed some of these concerns. They ran the numbers, and again, it is minimal at best. But I think what is more telling, though, is when you look to our neighbors, okay? You look to our north and south. You look at Pennsylvania, they have a thriving gaming industry. They're advocating for HHRs. More importantly, you look to the south in Virginia. HHRs exist there. They've existed there for a long time. There's thousands of HHR machines throughout the state of Virginia. and lo and behold, the casino industry is in the state of Virginia as well. So these two coexist. I think the irony here is that the HHRs were in Virginia first, and now the casinos have come in there, and everyone is doing just fine. Everyone's making money. The revenues are great for the state. Everyone's able to coexist. So I don't think this is necessarily, about that cannibalization. I think it's more of a fear tactic. The reality is it's about controlling the market. It's about monopolizing the gaming industry. So the casinos are the only ones that can operate in this type of gaming space. Completely different reaction, I bet, if we came in here with HHRs and said we want to put these in casinos only. I think we'd have a totally different reaction as what we're having here right now. But these entities already exist in Virginia. Again, HHRs are everywhere. The casinos are there. Everyone can coexist. So I don't begrudge the casinos by any means. From a business model perspective, who would not want exclusivity when it comes to that? But what I will say when we talk about business models is the business model of our OTBs. And we have some of our OTBs here with us today. Many of you on the committee are aware of our OTBs, where they are and where they're located. The bill speaks to about 9 OTBs. The intent here is the 5 standalone OTBs. So look, we know there's going to be an amendment process here, hopefully going forward, but the true intent here is the 5 OTBs, the Boonesboro, Frederick, Hampstead, the Riverboat, and Timonium, the State Fairgrounds. Those are the ones we're targeting. They are geographically located in an area that should not impact the casinos. And again, if there is any type of impact, it would be de minimis at best. But when we talk about the OTB business model, quite frankly and respectfully, it's failing right now. The OTB industry is a failing industry. We allowed them to have sports betting a number of years ago. Many of them have put in sports books, put a huge investment in, and quite frankly, that's just not giving them a return on their investment. As many as you know, back when we talked about sports gaming and sports betting, the hope was about maybe at best the 80-20 split as far as when we talked about the online to brick and mortar. Right now, I believe, if I'm incorrect, I'm sure someone here will correct me, it's a little over 97% now is online, with about 3%, actually I think technically maybe 2.8% is what is in our brick and mortar. So we need our OTBs to survive, because if we don't take advantage of this opportunity for potential increased revenue with HHR machines and OTBs, we got a whole other conversation about losing revenue if the OTBs are not successful in their current business model. And so again, we have a number of them here today. I'd also like to point out that the OTBs here are locally owned businesses. A majority of them are minority and women-owned businesses here in the state of Maryland. And so as we try to support, our businesses throughout the state, I think it's very important to point that out, that, again, these are local Maryland businesses. And, again, if we don't support them and help them along the way, they're going to end up failing, and we're going to have a bigger issue in our hand. So, the third thing I would say, the fourth thing after that is about revenues, okay? So we want to provide significant revenues to the state and utilize them in a manner that this committee sees fit. Again, the bill speaks to, a 15% tax rate. The reason being is because the statute that it's connected to is with sports wagering, because that's how it's been done in other states. But the tax, 15%, we understand is not realistic. That's not a reality. And so what you're going to see here today presented are numbers based on about a 40% tax rate. We understand VLTs, which will be compared to, are about 42 to 58%. And obviously, we're welcome to a discussion to find an opportunity that is fair for all, whether it's a sliding scale like you see with the VLTs, with the tax rate, locations, depending on how many machines, optimization, things of that nature. But again, that 40% is not set in stone either, but it will give you a good picture of what the opportunities here and what type of revenue could be generated. The bill does speak to authorizing up to about 4,000 machines. Again, the information you'll see, and also the fiscal note actually pinpointed this as well, was about a little more than half of that. You'll see stats around 2,500 machines. The fiscal note ran their numbers on about 2,400. But so in that same ballpark, so to speak. But what I think it is interesting to point out, the fiscal note that DLS did projected a maturity rate of about $188 million in revenue in about 5 years. If you use a 40% tax rate on that, you're talking about $75 million in taxable revenue to the state of Maryland. If you use an average of what the VLT tax rate is, you're pushing closer to 90, 95, maybe $100 million. So again, these conversations are wide open. I think anyone here is amenable to having that conversation with the committee and what they feel best, again, what is fair and reasonable and what can provide a equal and balanced gaming opportunity throughout the state of Maryland. But there is a significant opportunity for significant dollars here. I mean, we talk a lot in this committee about entities coming in, not wanting their revenues to be cut and things of that nature, but this is an opportunity here to bring a significant amount of revenue to the state in a time when we are in need of some revenue. So figuring out again where the revenue goes, again, we would defer to the will of the committee. Education Trust Fund, local impact grants, problem gaming fund. I mean, all the traditional things we have done in the past. Obviously, we are open to that and would kind of defer to the will of the committee as far as what would be best utilizing for those state funds. Again, we acknowledge there's a variety of amendments that would need to be worked through going forward. This has broad support throughout the areas the OTBs are located in. You'll find letters of support from Washington County, Frederick County, the Frederick County Executive, a variety of different folks. Obviously, the OTBs, someone were here today. All of them, I would say no one opposes this of any of the OTBs. Again, I think it's also important to note that OTBs are gaming centers already. The state of Maryland has made OTBs gaming centers. They have obviously the OTB, they have the sports books, some of them have concert venues, billiards, restaurants, entertainment. So these are already set up as gaming centers. So it's only natural progression that if we were going to expand some opportunities, that these would be the locations we look at. Again, doing it in a responsible manner that doesn't hurt our existing industries, but allows this industry to uplift themselves and again, provide positive revenue to our state. So again, putting this all together is about keeping Maryland dollars in Maryland, about not hurting our casinos, supporting and uplifting our OTBs, minority women-owned businesses, and bringing in significant revenues. We have some slides we'll go through here in a minute with some of these folks, but again, we thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate your consideration of this bill and respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 982. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you for having me. My name's Elise Cohen, and as the owner of Long Shots OTB and Sportsbook, I'm in favor of Senate Bill 982. Retail OTBs are struggling to survive. With sales trending downwards for the last 4 years, Long Shots handle has dropped 33%. Once hopeful that retail sports betting would provide a much-needed sales boost, we've instead seen the entirety of sports betting go online. Retail sports betting for OTBs has been an abject failure. Consequently, rising operational costs and decreasing revenues have made brick-and-mortar OTBs in Maryland unsustainable. We want to survive and moreover thrive. Historic horse racing, or HHR, is that solution. Unlike other small businesses, gaming-based companies have to legislate to enact change. The OTB owners you see here are not major organizations who play on a national or even international level. We do not look to the larger map or political climate of the U.S. to determine how, where, or when we will grow our businesses. Rather, we have to look to the Maryland Assembly before us. We are entrenched in our local communities. We truly understand the importance of economic impact as we live it. Jobs, both construction and permanent, infrastructure, flourishing restaurants, and hotels. Those are just a handful of the benefits that we could provide our immediate neighbors and friends. HHR is a form of betting on horse races, an established OTB activity. The OTBs are not looking, nor would we even be able to compete with the casinos. Instead, we simply want to offer an alternative method of entertainment by using pari-mutuel wagering. Arkansas, Kentucky, and now Virginia have all proven that HHR attracts a broader array of horse racing enthusiasts. Virginia demonstrates that even as HHR locations expand in number, the casino handles are also increasing. They easily coexist. In conclusion, the OTBs will cease to operate if we do not evolve with the current marketplace. Historic horse racing has been a proven success. A favorable vote would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Richard DePietro. I'm here on behalf of the Boonesboro OTB and Chesapeake Gaming. We are a family-owned and operated OTB in Boonesboro. My mom, Jennifer, couldn't be here today, but she's the majority owner, and we are considered woman minority-owned. We've been in business since 2015, and I've been, intimately involved with the OTB. And I can tell you right now that with the advent of mobile sports wagering and just the proximity to Charlestown, we are losing significant revenues out of state. The offering there is just, levels above what we have the ability to offer. And, we're so far away from a casino that there's no other option for this demographic in Western Maryland. When the retail sportsbooks were originally introduced, they were expected to generate sustainable profit, but really it's fallen short. The numbers simply are not where they need to be, leaving businesses like ours in a financially unsustainable position. Couple that with an aging demographic of horse enthusiasts, we need something to basically keep our business alive. I would say if we don't have a solution here quickly, not just mine, but I would say most of the standalone OTBs will most likely shutter. To make matters worse, the neighboring states, like Virginia, where HHR is already legal, every day that Maryland delays, revenue that could be supporting our local business, jobs, and tax dollars are now flowing across state lines. We've invested significant millions of dollars into our local facility there in Boonesboro, and we've been, my mom specifically has had multiple businesses here in the state and employed hundreds of people. Yep, sorry. Thank you, guys. I hope we have a favorable vote here on SB 982.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazon and members of Budget Committee, Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Maruti Prasad, and I'm the managing partner of Riverboat on the Potomac, a 100% minority business enterprise that has proudly served Maryland for over 30 years. I'm here to strongly support SB 982, which would allow facilities like ours to offer historic horse racing machines. Despite Maryland's expansion of sports wagering, retail sportsbooks have not met revenue expectations. Our facility has experienced decline in revenue, and we need additional options to remain competitive. Many of our customers already ask historic racing terminals, and unfortunately, we cannot offer them. This bill would change that. The questions from the customers is specifically from Virginia, since the riverboat itself is, even though considered Maryland, it's in location in Colonial Beach, Virginia, and the question from them is mainly, hey, they have it in Virginia, the horse racing machine and skill games, why not you? And we have to explain them the whole demographic of where we are located in Maryland. Historic horse racing machines would provide a much-needed boost, increasing foot traffic, expanding our customer base, and generating new revenue, not just for Marylanders, but from out-of-state visitors, particularly from Virginia. This means additional tax dollars for Maryland without burdening its residents. Riverboat on the Potomac has a proven track record of responsible gaming operations. SB 982 would not only support our business, but also create jobs and strengthen Maryland gaming industry. I urge to issue a favorable report for SB 982. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I know, Senator Corman, you've done a lot of work on this. Senator Lewis Young.
Ms. Cohn, good to see you. And thank you so much for investing in my district. Longshots is located in a hotel that has a restaurant that's adjacent to a major mall in Frederick County. Have you done a pro forma, or has the chamber, who was sent a letter of support, done a pro forma as to how much indirect incremental business could be done if you were authorized this HHR capability?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We do know that about 500 machines equates to about 100 jobs. And we also would like to, build a new hotel and a new structure at my location. And that investment alone, the hotel, would be about $36 million. In additional, again, construction jobs, restaurants that could bloom around that. As for specific dollar amounts, some of my colleagues, after me may be able to speak to that better than I can, but just to my project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we can rotate a couple people out, we want to bring up the consultants, if that'd be okay with you.
Sure.
Thank you.
And when you come up, just make sure you say your name so we can have a record of you. Welcome.
Yep.
third slide, right? Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Everybody can hear you. You're live. There's about 15,000 people listening right now. So don't worry. You got this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rich Baldwin. I'm the managing partner of our firm, GGHM, based out of Las Vegas. Our firm has been retained by Longshots and the other OTBs here present to study the impacts of the implementation or the rollout of historical horse racing machines across the 5 locations that have been discussed already. As you can see on the slide, on slide 4 here, as you can see, based on our projections, we estimate across 2,500 units, total net revenue of $151 million. Of that number, approximately 64% or $96 million we represent as growth. And we break down that growth essentially into 3 buckets. What we talk about the $28 million as being recapture from out-of-state casinos. This is Maryland gamer recapture from out-of-state casinos. We have $34 million of out-of-state gaming capture. These are just folks that live out of state, whereby these OTBs would be a very close and convenient option for them. And then we have new Maryland revenue demand created as a result of where these OTBs are located within the state. These are essentially underserved portions of the market or the state where they're not these gaming consumers are not as conveniently close to the casinos. As Senator Corderman mentioned, we have looked at a number of different tax rates. Essentially, if we look at other states where HHRs have already been implemented, there seems to be a range of about 20 to 30% of kind of all-in effective tax rate that's been established in 3 or 4 of the other states that are currently operating. So essentially, if you assume a 20% rate, that's about $30 million in total tax revenue. 25% would be $38 million. 30%, $45 million. And of course, right, and we've looked at the same math based on higher tax rates as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Appreciate your time and attention. My name is Michael Kim. I'm managing partner of GGHM in Denver, Colorado. I'm a career banker, and I've spent over the last 30 years raising and investing over $40 billion in capital for real estate companies, racing companies, hospitality and gaming companies, entertainment companies, Native American tribes. My firm has been actively involved in the skill-based HHR distributed side of the industry, including work in many of the major HHR jurisdictions, including Kentucky, New Hampshire, Virginia, and Wyoming. And we've observed the positive impact that HHR has had on these smaller rural communities. Just a case in point, if you look at Wyoming, HHR, which is right in my backyard of where I live, that HHR industry has grown, while the Colorado commercial gaming industry has also flourished. So we see the impact of HHR in 3 main areas. Investment. I think Ms. Cohen spoke about the level of investment in her facility and her area, but we've really seen that multiplier effect occur wherever HHR has proliferated in these smaller rural communities. Taxes, I think on slide 4 of our deck, which Mr. Baldwin was just mentioning, I mean, taxes are the great equalizer. They have the ability to redistribute that gaming revenue to the local communities and to all various organizations that Senator referred to. And then jobs. Ms. Cohen referenced direct jobs, but our work has proven that there's a lot of indirect jobs that are also created as the investment in HHR in these smaller rural communities has a flow-through effect to all the surrounding infrastructure and other areas that support the facility. I know a lot of talk of oligopoly. I think Senator said it best. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your concise and informative testimony. Any questions for the panel? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Is anybody online? I think there was supposed to be some virtual people.
Yeah, what I was gonna do is, yeah.
Okay. You do your thing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so what I was gonna, no problem. I was gonna take the unfavorable and then move to the virtual.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. But I'll get everybody. All right, we'll move to the unfavorable. Let's bring up Hannah Gargiola and Marta Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Marta Harding on behalf of MGM National Harbor, and respectfully in opposition to the bill. These machines are slot machines. They are indistinguishable to players as being anything but a slot machine. They look like slot machine. There's some pictures in our written testimony that you can see. To quote the fiscal note, they mimic slot machines. The 4,000 machines authorized under the bill represents a 40% increase in the number of slot machines in Maryland, and it more than doubles the number of authorized locations. It is not limited to OTBs. It is all the tracks as well, so that means more than twice the number of locations for slot machines would be authorized. If you want to see what HHR facilities can look like, I really encourage you to Google the Rose in Dumfries, Virginia. Just opened last year. It is located about 30 miles from MGM National Harbor at the minimal, like 14% tax rate that's imposed on that facility, even only having HHR machines and nothing else other than a hotel and restaurants and the like you heard about today. It is a very real competitive force in MGM's service area and to the state of Maryland and the revenues that the state of Maryland enjoys from the casinos. This bill would authorize the HHR machines at Rosecroft Racetrack, which is 5 miles from MGM. So to the extent that a facility 30 miles away is already a competitive threat, this is a significant one, an unknown number of machines, and at the 15% tax rate in the bill, a very unfair competitive advantage. MGM's tax rate, just to be clear, on VLTs is 56%. So even at the higher tax rates you heard talked about today, it is still an unlevel playing field. Lastly, just to quote the fiscal note, the fiscal note anticipates a reduction in VLT revenues as a result of this. It's just a question of how much. If you look at page 4 of the bill, of the fiscal note, they anticipate a reduction, and so the only question is how much, and we don't think that's a gamble worth taking. So for those reasons, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of Budget and Tax. Hannah Gargiola with Compass Advocacy, here today representing Live Casino, a Maryland-based company. We're in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 982, and I'm just going to highlight a few of Live's concerns. And Senator King told me you have 50 more witnesses today, so I'll be extremely brief. Historical horse racing machines closely resemble slot machines, drawing gamblers away from Maryland's casinos, reducing revenue, and cutting the state's gaming tax contributions, which further enhance the Education Trust Fund. HHR machines under this bill are taxed at 15%, where VLTs are 51% in average play. HHR machines operate under different regulatory frameworks than traditional casino gaming, leading to weaker oversight, less transparency, and increased risk for problem gaming. Maryland's casino industry has been carefully structured by the General Assembly to maximize state revenue and economic benefits. Introducing HHR could disrupt this balance, creating unnecessary competition. For these reasons, legislators should stand with existing casinos and oppose the legalization of historic horse race betting to protect jobs, state revenue, and responsible gaming policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Senator Jennings.
So what about the bingo machines? What is it, rod and reel, and then those bingo halls? What's the difference between those and slot machines? 'Cause everybody fights those. And now we're bringing these in. I don't see a problem. If we're allowing the bingo halls to have those and the rod and reel, why can't they have these if it's not this, if those are like this?
So, yeah, I think they were grandfathered in under the original law. And in fact, Senator, today you had a bill that would authorize ITLM machines, which are very similar to slot machines. And you heard us today for the same reasons. They're essentially slot machines. And there's to the player, they operate the same.
I mean, I've been down
technically, probably, no, I don't think they technically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. But yeah, I think technically you're right. But to the player, they're the same.
I mean, because I remember I was down there, they opened one up, they showed me how it worked. To me, it's not the same. You know, a slot machine is a random thing. Those bingo machines, it's predetermined when they put the paper in there what it's going to dish out, or you know, the winners will take. From what I have seen on this, when Senator Quarterman brought it to me, I looked at it, it's already predetermined what the winners are going to be. So it's not like a slot machine. I know it's semantics that it's like it, but it's, and this is Western Maryland. I mean, there's no competition for you guys. I mean, nobody's going to drive from all the way out there out. I don't know.
Senator, just on that, it's not limited to Western Maryland. Rosecroft Racetrack could get these machines, and they're 5 miles from National Harbor. And a number that's not specified in the bill. It's whatever they can get from the lottery. So
I didn't see Rosecroft on that sheet.
yeah, it's allowed under the bill. If you look at the fiscal note, it's specifically listed as one of the tracks that
All
can
right,
get
well,
it.
let's work amendments then.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, do amendments.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think, Senator Corman, I didn't realize that, I guess they signed up information, but I guess those are more consultants, is that right? They were, yeah. Okay, and they're on right now, I see. So Steve May and Jordan Briggs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Steve May. I'm a government relations individual with Gaming Laboratories International. We are an independent testing lab that works in virtually every aspect of the gaming industry. Here as a subject matter expert on historical horse racing and parimutuel wagering, I've been involved in this since 2010, and specifically with historical horse racing since 2016. GLI is not advocating for or against this bill. We are not advocating for any kind of regulatory structure either, or not suggesting any kind of regulatory structure either. Here solely at the request of Senator Quarterman in this matter. We don't make any legal definitions or determinations on historical horse racing or any other kind of gaming industry as well. Really here just to be able to answer questions that the committee may have today or even after the committee hearing today on historical horse racing. These are, as you were kind of alluding to, or one of the senators were alluding to, there are very substantial technical differences in these machines. This is parimutuel wagering, so it is players playing against each other and not a predetermined outcome on the devices. These are they're conducted solely. The outcome determination is solely from the previously conducted horse races, and the parimutuel wagering is among those players playing against themselves on that. There is a handicapping component to these games as well, so there are some very technical differences in there, and I'm happy to, again, explain those differences either today or at a future hearing or email, telephone call, whatever I could do to help out with that. But again, we're not advocating for or against this. We have a very good relationship with the Maryland Lottery as it is, and don't anticipate that changing. Again, just here to answer any kind of questions, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Okay. Ms. Briggs.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jordan Briggs. I'm an attorney at IFRO Law. As disclosed in our written testimony, IFRO represents several online and traditional gaming companies around the world. We also represent Longshots LLC and have provided legal advice to Longshots during the development of this bill. As shared in our written testimony, I'm here to the best of my ability, provide context on the legality of amending Maryland's sports wagering laws to include HHR. First, to summarize our written testimony, Maryland's sports wagering law has a unique definition of sporting event that allows horse races to be considered a sporting event. Because HHR runs on historical race data, HHR is similar to the horse races Maryland voters approved in 2020. Next, I'd like to provide some information based on the points that I've heard today. The Maryland parimutuel statute is written in a way that appears to give the Racing Commission authority over parimutuel bets placed on live races already. Specifically, the statute says the commission may authorize the licensee to hold racing with parimutuel betting. Additionally, sports wagering is defined as the business of accepting wagers on any sporting event by any system or method of wagering. Together, these statutes indicate that parimutuel betting is not wholly under the Racing Commission's purview. Lastly, in written testimony, a 2010 Maryland Attorney General opinion was raised. I just want to note that while attorney generals are experienced lawyers who play an important role, they do not determine the law. Additionally, the 2010 opinion was prior to the 2020 referendum and the passing of a sports wagering law. Finally, it supports its conclusion by quoting Wyoming and Kentucky law, which have both since allowed HHR in their states. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't think there's anyone else signed up for this bill, so we'll now move on to Senate Bill. Senator Benson, are you ready to go on Senate Bill 935? Transportation Regional Authorities established. And Senator Benson, I think you have a panel with you. They're welcome to come up too.
Okay. Good afternoon, Acting Chair Gazzoni and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I am here today to express the urgent support needed for Senate Bill 935, a transformative solution for Maryland's transportation future. Senate Bill 935 addresses an urgent and undeniable need for an overhaul of our transportation infrastructure and services statewide. By establishing regional transportation authorities, we will create an efficient system to manage and fund crucial transportation projects. This bill empowers certain counties to impose transportation authority sales tax, surcharges, hotel charges, and transportation transfer tax surcharges, designed to generate a steady and reliable stream, ensuring our transportation network receives the necessary funding for long overdue enhancements. Here are the key provisions. 1, regional transportation authorities. This bill empowers local communities to take charge of their transportation needs. These authorities will be responsible for planning, financing, and implementing transportation projects tailored to their specific regions. Number 2, funding mechanisms. Senate Bill 935 authorizes counties to impose sales tax, surcharges, hotel charges, excuse me, I'm sorry, and transfer tax surcharges. Let me repeat that, please. I'm sorry. Senate Bill 935 authorizes counties to impose sales tax surcharges, hotel surcharges, and transfer tax surcharges. These surcharges will provide a dedicated, substantial source of revenue to support essential transportation initiatives. Number 3, accountability and transparency. This bill generates strict accountability and transparency through regular audits and public reporting. The regional transportation authorities will submit annual reports detailing their activities, expenditures, progress on transportation projects, ensuring funds are used efficiently and effectively, compelling benefits, enhanced transportation infrastructure. Senate Bill 935 is a game changer for Maryland's transportation system. It will enable us to address the pressing need for road repairs, public transit improvements, and the development of new transportation facilities, significantly enhancing mobility for all residents. Number two, economic prosperity. A robust transportation system is the backbone of economic growth. Improved infrastructure will attract businesses, create jobs, and foster economic development, leading to a more prosperous future for Maryland. Number five, environmental stewardship. By investing in suitable transportation options, such as public transit and loop and bike lanes, we can reduce traffic congestion and lower greenhouse gas emissions. This bill is not just about transportation. It's about preserving our environment and ensuring a healthier, more sustainable future for generations to come. Finally, Senate Bill 935 is an indispensable piece of legislation that will revolutionize transportation in Maryland. It is a forward-thinking solution that addresses our current challenges and paves the way for a brighter, more connected future. I urge the committee to support this bill with a favorable vote and help us build a better Maryland for all. Thank you for your time and consideration. I do have persons sitting here that can further explain this bill. So we will start with the right and work to the left.
All right, if you just want to pull the mic close to you, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jason Stanford. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. The Alliance is a partnership of more than 20 regional business and community organizations across the greater Washington region that really supports multimodal transportation investments that improve the quality of life and economic prosperity of our community. And I'm here today to strongly support this legislation. In Northern Virginia, we have seen tremendous benefit from our regional transportation authorities, especially the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. Just to give you a little bit of history about why that's been so important. In Northern Virginia, we're about 30% of the state's population, 40% of the jobs, and 50% of the revenue that comes to the state. But we found that we would never get our state transportation dollars back at that rate. And so we created our own transportation authority that's similar to the legislation that's before you today. And to give you an example of that, we just recently got $97 million from the state for 2 years of transportation funding, whereas the authority generated $520 million. Over the last 20 years, we've invested $5.7 billion in transportation improvements, including 200 roadway lane miles, 190 miles of bike and pedestrian improvements, and millions of dollars in transit, including $250 million for a regional BRT, Silver Line, Long Bridge, and lots of important multimodal transportation projects. And we're able to leverage additional state, local, and federal dollars for this. We also, the authority works very closely with state and local transportation agencies in coming up with the plans and projects that are funded. Nothing that is funded through the authority is funded without the input of the local and state DOTs. It actually breaks down silos and improves regional coordination. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the great experience we've had in Northern Virginia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Acting Vice Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Mike Sakata, President and CEO of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. On behalf of our 240 member firms and 100,000 men and women they employ, I'm in strong support of Senate Bill 935. I guess the question is, how do we get here, right? We must acknowledge that our century-old infrastructure funding model is broken. That's 100 years. 100 years we've been relying on the gas tax, and it urgently needs a sustainable, forward-thinking support to support Maryland's growth and economic vitality. Thank you, Senator Benson, for looking at this. Our reliance on the federal government should not ebb and flow, just like our state's infrastructure should not ebb and flow. This committee fully understands Maryland's transportation funding crisis, its impacts on public safety, economic competitiveness, and our state's reputation. Rising construction costs, unstable revenue system have only made long-term transportation planning more uncertain. The events of last fall, when MDOT deferred critical projects only to tentatively restore them with new revenue sources, by the way, still waiting legislative approval, highlight the volatility of our current model. We need a better way forward, one that provides stability, accountability, and regional control. Regional transportation authorities offer that solution. Locally governed structures tailored to fit regional needs. The dedicated funding sources ensure long-term investment, authority to plan, acquire property, and incur debt for critical projects. The needs of St. Mary's County are vastly different from those of Baltimore City or Montgomery County, yet our funding model treats them the same. Jason said Virginia adopted them, by the way, in 2002. That's 23 years ago. As of recently, January 24th, the Baltimore Metropolitan Council recommended establishing an RTA. Maryland needs to modernize, as it's done on so many fronts for so many times for the course of time. We need to connect our products better to markets, commuters to jobs, and families to one another through a system that works for every region. It is in that spirit I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 935.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to thank the chair, the vice chair, and the members of the committee, and especially our sponsor, Senator Benson, for putting this important bill before all of you today. For the record, my name is Richard Parsons. I'm vice chair of the Suburban Maryland Transportation Alliance. We believe increased investments are needed across all modes of transportation in our state and in all parts of our state, and really ask you to make this a top priority this session. For, among other reasons, there's almost nothing else you could do that would do more to jumpstart our struggling economy than invest more in transportation infrastructure investment. As we know, it yields $3 to $4 in new economic opportunity and growth for every single dollar that's spent on transportation infrastructure. So this is an important piece of getting our budget and our fiscal house back on track, is making these investments. This, as Mike said, gives you a new, more innovative tool in your toolkit to put resources into the transportation infrastructure investments that we need to make. Major provisions of this bill, as the sponsor indicated, it would create 3 similar transportation authorities to what Virginia has very successfully adopted. And I will point out the revenue sources are very similar to what Virginia has done successfully, and they have certainly not cost Virginia anything in terms of economic competitiveness. Northern Virginia continues to outperform Maryland on almost every economic metric, and they've had this in place since 2002. So I'd urge you to consider that. I also want to share with you, we did some detailed work on public opinion research prior to our effort to support this bill this session. And last fall, we did some survey work to see what proposals and whether or not voters in Maryland would be willing to support increases in revenue if it was dedicated to transportation. And the answer is yes, they would. 55%, according to a poll we did in the fall of 2024, said they'd be willing to pay more in taxes for better infrastructure, including 71% of Democratic voters. 53% would consider raising a sales tax by 1%, including 66% of Democrats. 66% would allow more P3s. 65% directly to this bill would support creation of a regional transportation authority in the state of Maryland, and that included almost 70% of Democrats. So there is public support for this as long as that tie is made to invest in the transportation infrastructure we need. So we request a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Acting Vice Chair and the committee members. For the record, my name is Mike Higgins, and I'm the General Manager of Concrete General. We're a Gaithersburg-based heavy highway construction firm. We've been building Maryland's roads, bridges, and infrastructure here for over 50 years. I've been proud to be part of that for over the last decade. Over the years, I've seen how unpredictable transportation funding is and how it creates real challenges, not just for businesses like ours, but also for our workers. We're plus 200 some people and their families and other industry workers across the state. Before joining Concrete General, I was fortunate enough to work on one of the NVTA-funded projects down in Virginia. So that experience kind of opened my eyes that there are some other funding mechanisms out there that we need to consider here in the state of Maryland for a more stable, dedicated funding source. One that allows projects to move forward without political or economic uncertainty. Unfortunately, stability is something that Maryland is currently lacking. CGI, we've been part of major projects such as I-270, I-695, Maryland 210 interchange. These projects don't just improve mobility, they create jobs and they fuel our local economies. We've also experienced the frustrating start and stop cycle that projects happen to projects when funding dries up. One year we're hiring, the next year we're laying folks off. So other states, Virginia, Georgia, Texas, Pennsylvania, figured this out and are using RTAs to help fund infrastructure the right way. Maryland needs to do the same. RTAs would mean a dedicated funding source, long-term planning, local control to ensure each region gets what the region's looking for, sustainable system that keeps projects moving forward, no more feast or famine. So even the Baltimore Metropolitan Council has called for an RTA to improve transit funding, as Mike mentioned earlier. So for the sake of our businesses, our workforces, we support this bill, I support this bill, and we urge a favorable report for Senator Benson's bill. And a new acting vice chair. Thank you.
We're very fluid here.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions?
Move faster out here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we have Tim Smith.
You have another panel.
Put a face to a voice. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name's Tim Smith. I'm president of the Maryland Asphalt Association. We represent 120 companies that are asphalt producers, asphalt contractors in the state of Maryland that representing a workforce of about 7,000. Transportation funding in Maryland, we heard a few others talk about it, is broken. The state's desire to expand our transportation options has outpaced our financial ability to support them, as well as our ability to maintain the existing infrastructure. State dollars for our roadways have been cut dramatically, forcing tough decisions by the state highway and other public departments. It has led to deteriorating pavement conditions, increased maintenance costs, and a decline in overall infrastructure. Regional transportation authorities provide a smarter, more localized approach to funding and decision-making. It is an additive solution. It is an additive solution to make the funding pie larger, not divide up the same shrinking one differently. Instead of solely relying on an overstretched statewide system, regional authorities would have the ability to prioritize and invest in transportation projects based on local needs that includes roadways and other modes that fit the community. This means more stable, dedicated funding for transportation projects, better roads for businesses and communities, and a commitment to investments in our mobility. We must keep options like RTAs in our financial toolbox. By supporting RTAs, we're advocating for a sustainable solution that benefits everyone who relies on safe, high-quality transportation system in Maryland. Strong investments in our transportation mean a brighter future for all of us. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Okay, I have John Laria and Kevin Canale. Kevin's still here? I think that's it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Acting Vice Chair, Madam Acting Chair.
Whatever.
Mr. Vice Chair, sorry. John Laria, Chair of the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission. We are a public commission created by the legislature to provide oversight and advocacy for the Baltimore Baltimore Regional Transit, including MTA. This question of viability of transit and transportation authorities has been discussed for at least several years, including at the BMC, Baltimore Metropolitan Council, and in the charge of the Train Commission. We at the commission decided to advance the discussion by commissioning a study of Baltimore Regional Transit. I have copies here, and copies were sent to you, and they're linked in my testimony. It was important to us to do this because of the unusual nature of MTA. As this committee knows, MTA is a mode solely within MDOT. It's unique. We think in the United States of America. It doesn't have any operating independence, any budgetary independence, and so on. The study identifies 3 different potential models, which I can't review here in 1 minute and 6 seconds, but I encourage you to take a look. They are for the transit system in Baltimore region, so they're just a starting point. And it is likely the case that we need a new structure. It is definitely the case that we need a serious conversation about one. And so this bill's proposal for 3 regional authorities, not just for transit, but for transportation more broadly, provides for the first time a framework for reference, if not for immediate action. I'm particularly grateful that it puts this long overdue issue squarely on the General Assembly's agenda, and especially for including potential revenue sources for a badly underfunded system. Whether these mechanisms or alternatives are ultimately adopted, we applaud and we appreciate the opportunity for a full and actionable discussion of governance and funding structure other than the current one. The BRTC welcomes the more comprehensive discussion that the bill is sure to provide, and hope that our study can contribute to the discussion in the form of a work group or otherwise, as this very important topic really gets the airing that it is due in the General Assembly and throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Now, is there anyone left here to testify on that bill? I don't see it. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Senator Rosapep. Thank you. Senate Bill 881. You have 14 witnesses, and you can take a panel up with you. We have another couple other bills.
Later, Chair, but I believe they're going to call us.
Jim. Hi.
I'm not trying to throw you out. I'm not trying to throw you out, but I want you to get back to your seat.
Triple E's ready for us.
Oh, no, you got to go to Triple E.
Yep, Triple E's ready for us.
She's a busy lady.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
5 bills today.
Please come on, sit down.
Tim.
Do we have enough chairs?
Yep.
So, Madam Acting Chair and Vice Chair, and members of the committee, this bill is remarkably similar to the bill that we just heard. And it's because Senator Benson and I think so much alike, but don't coordinate quite as well as we might. And so this bill is almost as good as hers because the sponsor of this bill is not as good as she is. But I'm urging all the witnesses to testify in that context. Basically, it's the same thing. It's basically set up a system with 3 regional transportation authorities that can raise revenue to do transportation projects. The reason I'm for it is a couple things. One is I've been for doing this for like years because I think our current system has many strengths, but it has the weaknesses that we all generally are sort of familiar with. Secondly, I'm a big champion of dedicated revenue because I think it gives the public much more confidence in how their money is spent. And I think the regional issues that were raised earlier, I think are important as well. And I think that's a reason the politics, when you see it played out in Virginia, has really been helpful to Northern Virginia. And I think, I don't want to be parochial, but I think this would be helpful certainly to the areas that I represent, but also I think to Baltimore and to Southern Maryland. With that, I urge a favorable report, or amending it on to Senator Benson's bill.
That's not a bad idea.
Who's going to go next?
Madam Chair, just to again reiterate, Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance, 20+ regional business groups from across the DC area strongly supporting this bill the same way that we support Senator Benson's bill. Thank you.
Great testimony.
You know I'm a big supporter of you all.
Yeah.
Mike Sakata, MTBMA, obviously strong support of both of these bills. You know, I said it before, you know, we cannot rely on a 100-year-old system to fund our transportation. We need something new. So thank you, Senator Rosapep.
And again, Richard Parsons with the Suburban Maryland Transportation Alliance, and I won't repeat what I said regarding the other bill because our comments really apply equally to this one as well. There are a few nuances of difference in terms of how the money is allocated in this version. We frankly support both of these bills very strongly. I do want to comment on one thing that Senator Rosapet mentioned about dedicated revenue being important to him. That's also very important to voters here in Maryland based on the polling data. When you ask people, do you support tax increases, you get a profoundly negative response, as you might expect, except when you say it's dedicated for transportation, in which case you can get a majority support among American voters right now for this bill. And so I'd urge you a favorable report on this. I think the time is right to fix Maryland's broken transportation system. We have a successful model right across the river that this bill is actually based on, and I'd urge you to go forward full speed ahead. Thank you.
I think about that every time I go over the American Legion Bridge.
And I do the same. But yeah, good afternoon, Acting Vice Chair again. Mike Higgins, for the record, for Concrete General, and I would just echo what I said earlier. And again, we support Senator Rosenpep's bill.
Good afternoon. Tim Smith again, Maryland Asphalt Association. Just strongly encourage Maryland to look at regional transportation authorities to improve and address our needs across the state from a transportation perspective. Thank you.
Okay, you ready for another panel? Christine Crone. Amy Rohr, Elizabeth Dellins, Frank Boston. I saw him out in the hallway. Barry Glassman.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazone and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Christine Crone with Schwartz, Metz, Wise, and Kaufman, here on behalf of the City of Rockville in support of Senate Bill 881. We'd like to thank the bill's sponsor, Senator Rosapep, for sponsoring this important piece of legislation. Senate Bill 881 takes an innovative approach to addressing the ongoing lack of state funding for major transportation projects. Transportation trust fund revenues have been steadily declining in recent years due to increased use of fuel-efficient hybrid and electric vehicles. Senate Bill 881 would raise supplemental revenue dedicated for large-scale transportation projects by levying regional surcharges on the sales, use of a taxable service, hotel lodging, and the transfer of real property. We support the revenue sharing arrangement under Senate Bill 881, which would allocate 30% of the revenues generated in a municipality to the municipality and 70% to the state. The same funding distribution would apply to counties. The additional revenues would provide the state, counties, and municipalities the opportunity to make additional investments in critical transportation infrastructure projects. Increased transportation funding would expedite the forward progress the city is making towards achieving its Vision Zero program goals. Senate Bill 881 is an important step forward as it offers a creative solution to solving the state's transportation funding issues. By taking a regional approach to transportation, generating critically needed revenues, and encouraging multi-jurisdictional collaboration, this legislation has the potential to dramatically improve the quality of infrastructure in our communities and stimulate economic growth in Maryland. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Are you favorable?
Frank, you want to go next?
Sure. Madam Chair, we're opposition. I know we're up here with favorable. Do you have any more favorable anything?
We're in opposition.
We are.
In this room.
With all due respect, Mr. Vice Chair.
You're doing a lot of that today.
Seems to be my latest MO in this budget environment.
Go ahead.
Okay. You want me to begin? Okay. Mr. Chair, Madam Acting Vice Chair, Madam and Mr. Vice Chair, I am Frank Boston, and I'm here today on behalf of two clients. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors, as well as the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association, and respectfully, both clients oppose this bill. On behalf of the Realtors, this bill has a 0.15% transfer tax surcharge on the transfers of non-residential and commercial properties. Maryland ranks amongst the highest in the nation in all of closing costs, including the taxes such as transfer tax and recordation taxes. Yeah, the commercial sector is still currently, ever since COVID, still has a very high vacancy rate. Office buildings, malls, retail leasing spaces. This bill, this transfer tax surcharge would make these properties even more or less marketable. So on behalf of the realtors, please take that transfer tax surcharge out. On behalf of the Hotel Association, the 1% hotel surcharge tax that this bill includes doesn't go to the promotion of tourism. So therefore, it further is going to erode any competitive advantage or disadvantage that the state already has with our neighboring states. We've always supported a tax if it went to the promotion of tourism. And you juxtapose this position with the recommendation from DLS that is proposing a 50% cut in the tourism budget. So a higher tax is proposed in this bill, but less tourism funding is also proposed. I'd like to close by saying we aren't opposed to a regional transportation authority. We're just opposed to how this one is being funded.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon again. My name is Amy Rohrer, here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association in respectful opposition to the 1% hotel surcharge proposed in this bill. The regions captured in this bill already contain some of the highest total taxes on hotels, not only in Maryland, but across the country. This would push National Harbor to 19% total taxes and fees on hotels and Baltimore City to 18.5%. Our industry is highly competitive, and as the all-in price for a room goes too high, we risk losing business altogether. Hotels are resilient, but occupancy has not returned to 2019 levels. And if we hone in on Baltimore City, data shows that there was a 20% drop in occupied rooms in 2024 versus 2019. That meant $80 million in unrealized revenue for Baltimore City hotels in 2024. And when you factor in the additional loss of residual spending by hotel guests who never came, this means the state and Baltimore City did not benefit from taxes on $267 million in unrealized revenue in 2024 compared to 2019 occupancy levels. This number is even higher when you factor in all of the counties impacted by this bill. Looking at that same time frame, 765,000 fewer rooms were booked in the impacted regions last year. I know I just threw a lot of numbers at you. It's all detailed in our written testimony. And I will just sum it up by saying that for many years, Maryland has not invested in tourism marketing and promotion to the extent that surrounding states have. And we are very concerned by the possible reduction in the state's tourism marketing budget. That would hurt us even more, and so we respectfully urge that you reject this 1% surcharge on hotels and instead focus on policies that will help us to remain competitive so that we can increase occupancy, revenues, and our economic impact in the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to talk today about our position on this bill. My name is Elizabeth Dellins. I'm a VP of Operations with Crestline Hotels and Resorts, a third-party hotel management company. As a company, we manage 130 hotels across the country. I directly support hotels in Baltimore, D.C., and the greater Mid-Atlantic region, and I'm a proud Prince George's County resident. We are opposed to the hotel component, to the 1% tax on hotels. Many people have probably read over the last 5 years in the media about the tremendous return to travel, pent-up demand, hotel operators generating a tremendous amount of revenue. And while in some areas of the country that may be accurate, in this region it is not. You heard from Ms. Rohrer about Baltimore specifically with its occupancy performance now compared to pre-COVID times. The other counties and jurisdictions that are being included in this bill have flat demand, no increase to demand at all, and increased supply in hotel rooms. So every operator in these areas needs every competitive edge that we can get. And when we have to compete with other jurisdictions with a lower tax rate, it adds up, and companies make different decisions. Likely, I am making the assumption that these jurisdictions were included in this bill because it's leveraging the high travel demand into DC. Makes perfectly good sense. However, the DC region's primary travel demographic is the government. Between 40 and 50% of travel to this region and the greater region is related to the federal government. That has been shrinking, and we project it to shrink a bit more in the upcoming years. So every operator and owner now is fighting for a smaller piece of pie with more hotel supply, with some projections that that will continue to erode. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Barry Glassman, nice to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Mr. Chairman, Madam Acting Chair, and Mr. Vice Chairman, it is good to be in Budget and Tax this evening. Barry Glassman on behalf of the Maryland Land Title Association. MLTA is a professional organization working on behalf of the industry service providers, consumers, and is comprised of agents, abstractors, attorneys, and underwriters. And I don't want to belabor the point. Mr. Boston struck a lot of the points. The 0.15% transfer tax on non-residential real property really would just add to what we know are some of the highest closing costs in the nation and transfer taxes on the transfer of real property. And so that's the main objection to this bill from the MLTA. We would also point out that the commercial real estate market continues to be vulnerable as we begin to see whether folks are going to go back to work or they're going to work from home still. A lot of vacancies in the commercial real estate market, interest rates, and so it's not a very good time to add the 1.5% to the transfer of real estate. For those reasons, and we've included that in our written testimony, the MLTA respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 881. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the panel? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kaylee Locklear, Robert Enton, John Laria, and Kevin Canali.
Madam Chair, Bob Enton was called into another committee, but wanted you all to know on the record that the Builders Association is opposed.
Okay.
So for the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are also in opposition to this bill. I'd like to adopt many of the comments by my colleagues. I'll try to keep it brief. While we acknowledge the importance of funding transportation infrastructure and ensuring efficient movement of goods and people, we believe that this surcharge on retail sales is counterproductive. And I'd like to hone in on just 2 points. Imposing this surcharge will directly raise the cost of goods for consumers, placing an unnecessary financial burden on low and middle income households. These families are already struggling with rising costs in housing, food, and health care, and adding another surcharge on everyday purchases will only worsen their financial difficulties. And then secondly, small businesses will be disproportionately impacted by the surcharge. Many of these businesses are already operating on narrow margins, and any increase in operating costs could force them to raise prices, reduce services, and ultimately harm their competitiveness in the marketplace. So we oppose the surcharge on sales and use tax, and we do urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. John Laria.
I don't know what to say. Hello, members, leadership members, like John Laria, Chair of the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission. I will not repeat my prior testimony, which you have both in written form and my testimony a few moments ago. I will simply say that we really appreciate the introduction of both of these bills, of this bill and the prior one, because of the seriousness of purpose they show in the legislature to addressing this question of how we govern and fund transit and transportation in the state. It's a long overdue conversation, and I hope that this bill allows us to have that conversation, whether it's this session, whether it's in the interim, but the time has come to have it, and I very much appreciate the opportunity here today and for the work that you are doing to make sure we, in fact, have that important discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any. Okay, is that the last person now to testify on Senate Bill 881? Yes. Okay, we will move on to Senate Bill 859. Senator Heddleman? You have 21 witnesses.
Good evening. I think it's officially evening now. Everyone, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, I am Shelley Heddleman, and I am here today to introduce and talk about Senate Bill 859, the Fair Share for Maryland Act of 2025. You heard this bill last year, and this year, the bill includes many of the items from last year, but it does contain some different ones, and I want to be clear about that. This bill is about fairness and ensuring that our tax system reflects the values we hold dear as Marylanders. For too long, the wealthiest individuals and largest corporations have benefited from a system full of loopholes and inequities, while middle and low-income families have shouldered a disproportionate share of the tax burden. And we must correct this, and that is what this bill does. This is a year in which Marylanders are grappling with rising costs, economic uncertainty, and the looming reality of budget constraints, and more unknown coming from down the road a piece. And we believe it is more critical than ever to adopt a comprehensive, forward-thinking revenue plan that ensures stability without shifting the burden onto working families. Inflation continues to stretch budgets. Federal funding uncertainties put essential state programs at risk, and difficult fiscal decisions lie ahead, as this committee knows all too well. The Fair Share for Maryland Act provides a more sustainable and equitable path forward. And it's designed not just to help meet the immediate fiscal needs, but to encourage long-term stability and protect vital services so important to our constituents, and prevent the type of cuts that disproportionately harm middle and low-income Marylanders. Currently, Maryland's tax system is regressive, meaning that lower and middle-income families pay a higher percentage of their income in taxes than the wealthiest 1%. While Marylanders earning under $100,000 bear a heavy tax burden, multi-millionaires and large corporations benefit from outdated tax policies that allow them to contribute less than their fair share. This bill corrects and addresses those inequities by introducing a more progressive tax system that provides sustainable revenue for critical services like education, healthcare, transportation, and public safety. It does not increase taxes for anyone earning over $250,000 individually or $300,000 jointly. In fact, many working families will see cost reductions. It restores fairness by making necessary changes, and I'll go through what these changes are. It creates new tax brackets for individuals earning over $250,000, $500,000, and $1 million, ensuring that Marylanders with the highest incomes contribute more proportionally rather than being taxed at the same rate as those making just above the current threshold. This change doesn't raise taxes on anyone earning less than $250,000 and simply ensures that higher earners contribute proportionally. It imposes a 1% tax on net investment income over $350,000, which captures passive income sources like dividends, royalties, and capital gains that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest Marylanders. It changes the millionaire estate tax exemption to $2 million, and it's similar to what is done in the governor's in the governor's budget, so I won't go into that too much. It introduces income tax recapture. This change ensures that the wealthiest Marylanders pay the top rate on all of their income, not just on the income above a certain threshold, by eliminating the marginal rate tax structure for top earners. It expands the EITC, the Earned Income Tax Credit, to provide greater financial relief to low and moderate income workers. It closes the LLC loophole that allows many large businesses to be exempt from the corporate income tax. It returns net operating losses a cap to pre-2017 levels of 50% by limiting the amount of net operating losses that can be deducted in any given year. It doesn't eliminate them in any way. It just delays the deductions, spreads them out over a longer period of time, and evens out the revenue volatility that we see through NOLs. It expands the child tax credit to cover all children under 18 and ensures that families making up to $65,000 for joint filers and $45,000 for single filers receive the full child tax credit. It requires combined reporting for corporate income tax, closing loopholes that allow multi-state corporations to shift profits elsewhere and avoid paying Maryland taxes. You'll hear about this more, so I'm not going to go into detail. It also imposes a 2.5% business transportation fee that would go directly to the Transportation Trust Fund on corporate and pass-through entity taxable income exceeding $10 million, ensuring that the largest and most profitable companies contribute to infrastructure improvements that benefit all Marylanders. And we know how important it is that transportation is directly tied to jobs and wealth. And as we just heard from the two bills before, we need to do more for our transportation system. This is not about punishing success. Rather, it's about ensuring that those who benefit most from our economy contribute fairly to maintaining the services we all rely on. Public education, healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety are not free. And right now, our tax code is failing to generate the revenue we need to sustain them equitably. We all benefit from a strong, well-funded state where our schools are of high quality, where our roads and bridges are safe, where public transit runs reliably, and where families can access health care without fear of financial ruin. That requires revenue, and it requires a system where everyone pays their fair share. Economic fairness for all will not push people out of this state. With this bill, Maryland has an opportunity to lead on tax fairness, following the example of states that have successfully implemented progressive tax policies that have strengthened their economies without harming their growth. This bill reflects fiscal responsibility and fairness, and it's primarily about closing unfair loopholes and ensuring that we all pay what we truly owe to build a stronger and fairer Maryland. So with that, I will turn it over to my experts here, and happy to answer questions when and if you should have them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madam Acting Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tanea Moore. I'm the Director of Policy at the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Asset Savings and Hope, and we offer a variety of services including free tax preparation, benefits counseling, and financial education. Thanks to the actions of the General Assembly in recent years, Maryland now has one of the strongest EITCs in the country, reaching over 400,000 households each year. However, our state EITC continues to leave behind young workers and other vulnerable groups who don't claim dependents on their taxes, but are still struggling to get by on low incomes. This expansion will impact low-income filers who do not claim dependents. This includes young veterans, first-time pregnant mothers, youth aging out of foster care, and non-custodial parents. Expanding eligibility ensures that more workers receive up to $600 back at tax time, helping them cover basic expenses and stay in the workforce. Right now, a full-time minimum wage worker earns too much to qualify for the EITC, yet too little to meet their basic needs. This bill would help close that gap and ensure these workers are able to benefit from the EITC. While Maryland also made progress by creating a permanent child tax credit, the current credit only helps a small number of families due to strict eligibility requirements. This bill will also expand access to the credit, helping more families afford rising costs of childcare, food, and housing. With inflation straining household budgets, working families need immediate relief. Investing in both the EITC and CTC will boost workforce participation, improve academic outcomes, enhance food security, and reduce housing and healthcare burdens. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Meyer for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in favor of Senate Bill 859. The Fair Share for Maryland Act would build on Governor Moore's revenue plan and make our tax code fairer while ultimately raising $2 billion or more each year. It will also support a healthy economy now and into the future. The public services our tax dollars make possible are crucial for strengthening our labor force, which is the #1 hindrance to Maryland's economy today, according to experts across the board. Every parent wants your kids to get a good education. That's why fully funding public schools is key if we want to attract families to settle down, work, and pay taxes in Maryland. Public schools are also how we prepare tomorrow's workforce. When you ask business leaders how they decide where to locate, skilled workers are consistently among the most important factors and consistently rank above tax policy. It's not just education. Childcare scholarships are among our strongest tools for keeping parents, especially mothers, in the workforce. Transportation investments funded by tax dollars are essential for attracting and retaining businesses. Our tax dollars also create more than 250,000 jobs that support local economies across Maryland. Teachers, public health specialists, legislative staff, and beyond are hardworking Maryland residents who pay Maryland taxes and shop at Maryland businesses. What about dire prognostications from anti-tax lobbyists? Well, they're not true. Families want to live in communities that offer things like affordable housing, good jobs, public safety, and of course, good schools. Taxes aren't among the most important factors. In fact, the District of Columbia raised taxes on the wealthiest residents in 2021 with a top rate of 10.75%. The following year, the number of high-income residents increased to the highest level ever. In short, the Fair Share Act is the right choice for Maryland's economy. I respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Next.
Madam Acting Chair, I'm Michael Mazarov, resident of Silver Spring. Thank you for the chance to testify this evening. Maryland can go from being a laggard to addressing abuse of corporate tax avoidance to being a leader by enacting worldwide combined reporting. Not entirely a leader. 12 states mandated worldwide in the early 1980s, and corporations can still elect to use it in 10. Alaska still requires it for oil companies, and the Supreme Court upheld its constitutionality in 2 separate cases. There's overwhelming evidence that abusive international profit shifting is a massive problem. For example, the Treasury Department reported that more U.S. profits are housed in tiny tax havens than in the major economies of China, India, Japan, France, Canada, and Germany combined. International profit shifting is costing states billions of dollars of corporate income taxes they're entitled to and need to fund critical services. Worldwide combined reporting is the only legally viable tool available to states to address the problem effectively and comprehensively. A study released last month by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which I co-authored, estimated that Maryland could gain as much as $717 million in annual revenue by requiring worldwide combined reporting. The fiscal note for the Fair Share Act does not attempt to estimate the revenue from worldwide combined reporting. The amount is almost identical to the estimate for Water's Edge combined reporting in the governor's budget. Given the massive amount of international profit shifting that's been documented, it guarantees that worldwide will raise significantly more revenue than Water's Edge. Requiring combined reporting will also level the playing field for small businesses. They don't have the resources to set up operations in foreign tax havens to which they can shift profits. Your local coffee shop doesn't have a Cayman Islands subsidiary, but Starbucks does. A recent study concluded, quote, large multinationals use their tax savings to crowd out other firms and ultimately obtain higher markups. I urge the committee to give a favorable report to the Fair Share Act with worldwide combined reporting included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity today to provide testimony in support of the Fair Share for Maryland Act. My name is Miles Trinidad, and I am an analyst at the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, a nonprofit research group focused on state, local, and federal tax policy issues with an emphasis on equity and sustainability. The Fair Share Act is sorely needed, as currently the wealthiest Marylanders are far from paying their fair share. According to our Who Pays report, the top 1% of Marylanders, who earn about $1.2 million each year on average, pay the lowest share of their income towards taxes than any other income group in the state. So that's lower than those who are teachers, firefighters, factory workers, everyday working class Marylanders. Overall, our analysis of the personal income tax changes of this proposal show that it would ensure that wealthy individuals are contributing their fair share to the public services that benefit all Marylanders. Overall, our analysis shows that 84% of the tax cuts would go to the lowest 40% of Marylanders, so those are those earning less than $66,000 a year. And almost all of the tax increases, 96% of it, would be paid by the top 5% of Marylanders, and those are those who earn over $379,000 a year. And virtually all middle-income residents, about 40% of the residents earning between $66,000 and $169,000 would either be unaffected by the tax changes or see very small cuts. Overall, the provisions we analyzed here would make Maryland's tax system substantially less regressive, especially with the changes to the EITC and the child tax credits. And the revenue-raising provisions would fall almost entirely on the very best-off Marylanders. And some of these refundable credits would put the money back in the pockets of middle and lower-class households. The Fair Share for Maryland Act is an important step towards an equitable and more sustainable Maryland tax system. Thank you for the opportunity for your testimony today, and I'm urging a favorable report on the bill. And I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Members of the committee, I'm Don Griswold, formerly with Berkshire Hathaway, now with the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. If you're looking for revenues to cover the expected DOGE chainsaw cuts that'll harm Marylanders, you can pick up $700 million a year by closing your notorious profit-shifting tax loophole. That loophole has earned you a nickname from the billionaire corporations that exploit it, the voluntary victim state. You've got just two options for taxing Maryland's share of an aggressive global corporate group's profits. Tax their complete profits or tax the scraps they leave behind after shifting profits to tax havens. Option one, worldwide combined reporting in the Fair Share Act taxes complete profits no matter where in the world a tax avoider shifts them. It closes that loophole, recovers the $700 million. It has no financial impact on corporate location or expansion decisions. It's based on solid business fundamentals, and 11 states have decades of experience administering it. For efficiency, fairness, effectiveness in corporate income tax, worldwide is the gold standard. But Maryland has been continuing to choose option two, tax the scraps. This method is the benchmark for reckless tax policy. It discriminates against local Maryland corporations. Its quaint add-back law aims to cut off profit shifting at source, but my former colleagues can run circles around it. A variant on tax the scraps is known as water's edge combined reporting. It's equally irresponsible tax policy because it leaves that offshore profit-shifting loophole wide open. If your goldfish bowl springs two leaks, are you really going to put just one finger in a hole? The Senate has only one fiscally responsible choice here: pass the Fair Share Maryland's worldwide combined reporting provision and send it to the governor. Thanks very much. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Senator Lewis Young.
We heard during the governor's recent revenue presentation that Maryland's add-back policy essentially does the same thing as combined reporting. Do you agree with that? And if not, could you explain?
Not at all, Senator.
Who are you directing it to, Senator?
I'm sorry, I was directing it to Mr. Griswold.
I apologize. The add back is really a joke. I was in the tax avoidance industry for decades. I led a 600-person shop that developed strategies. We were always years and years ahead of legislative changes. When the add back came in, we just started shifting profits in different ways. There are so many ways around it. If you'd like to read some of the ways you can get around the add back, look at any of my 4-part series in tax notes called Innovations in Corporate Income Tax Planning, where I break down planning strategies into 6 different families of strategies based on a dozen building blocks, all the ways you can do it. Add backs is, like I said, it's quaint, not going to do the job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rosenbaum.
Actually, would you send us that document?
Happy to.
Thank you.
Happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's it?
That's it, yeah.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start the list back over here because we missed quite a few. Dan Martin, is he here? Denise Gilmore? Christopher Kano? Susan Allen, Heather Iliff, Samantha Swirling, Who wants to start?
I'll start. I guess I'm from across the street after this. So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, here in support of the Fair Share for Maryland Act. I'm not typically in front of you guys for bills like this, but this isn't a typical year. We know that this budget crisis is significant. We're keenly aware of the budget crisis and that you all have really difficult decisions to make and challenging decisions to make. And those challenges notwithstanding, there remains critical unmet mental health need across the state that we're all working to address. The situation's dire, both in terms of unmet need for the public and the really dwindling behavioral health workforce in the state that's able to address these unmet needs. It's going to require strategic investments to expand access to community and school-based mental health and substance use care, to bolster Maryland's behavioral health workforce, to increase availability of crisis response services. And these are investments that are going to improve the health of our society and ultimately save the state money, but they require upfront investment. And there are upfront costs that we're going to need to kind of secure. And that's why we're here supporting this bill. The Fair Share for Maryland Act will create a more equitable tax system, raise the revenue necessary to build out the service system that all Marylanders deserve. And so we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise Gilmore. I'm the Legislative and Political Director for AFSCME Maryland Council 3. A week ago, I was in this room at the personnel budget hearing for the Department of Budget and Management with a big group of state and higher education employees who were begging you not to cut their modest negotiated wage increases. They talked about the impact this action would have on growing overtime costs in state government, how waiting lists for services are increasing and are leading to contempt of court charges and more lawsuits, the trajectory of continuing to balance the budget off the backs of state workers, who, by the way, gave back over $5 billion in pay and benefits during the Great Recession, is not fiscally sustainable either. We're already working skeleton crews in every agency and department. Going after personnel for cost savings doesn't work. It's expensive. The essential services our members provide still need to happen. They just happen with workers on overtime or get privatized, which in the end often leads to higher costs and even less accountability for taxpayers. As you look to make tough budget decisions in the coming weeks, we implore you to support the revenue options in Senate Bill 859. Most Marylanders, including our members, are not impacted by the tax increases in this bill. It makes the wealthy and large corporations pay their fair share. To us, the choice between cutting the pay of state employees who make as little as $36,000 a year or raising taxes on billionaires is a moral choice. Senate Bill 859 helps us provide the revenue necessary to support vital public services and helps us defend ourselves from whatever federal actions we will see in the future. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 educators across the state. We've talked a lot about the need in our schools and how we cannot balance the budget on the backs of state employees, on the backs of our students who need the most support. But I would also just say that, MSEA supports this not only because it raises revenue, but because we believe it rights the tax structure, and that corporations and wealthy individuals need to pay their fair share. Sometimes these conversations are kind of boiled down to, is it investing in our schools and things, or is it economic development? And I would say that the two go hand in hand. When we're investing in our schools, we're investing in our students. I came from out of state to go to the University of Maryland, College Park, because of a high quality public institution that you all have invested in. And I decided to stay here and raise my family and pay my taxes here and hope that my son will go to high quality public schools. And so when we're really talking about growing our economy, we need to invest in our students and to invest in the workforce of tomorrow. And so I hope that you'll pass this bill and continue to invest in our public schools. Thank you.
My name is Susan Allen, and I want to thank you, senators, for letting me give testimony today. I'm an ordinary citizen. I am here to represent the Episcopal Policy Network of Maryland. My church is St. Anne's right here on Church Circle. We are very concerned about about raising revenue, but most importantly, raising revenue on the corporations that operate in our state, and that we have evidence are really mistreating our poorest, most vulnerable citizens. And I put a case into my testimony of a severely handicapped woman living in Columbia, Maryland. She owns her own condo. She's been paying on it for 20 years. And suddenly, an out-of-state mortgage company 1,200 miles away is foreclosing on her condo. They have increased her charges, her monthly charges, even though she has a fixed-rate mortgage. And this is not atypical. I know Senator Guzzoni's office is helping Marlene work this out, but she's not alone. These corporations that don't even have an office in our state are harming our renters, harming the people who have housing insecurity, that we as church faith-based organizations are helping day in and day out to fund. I want to just close with the $517 million that hopefully will be generated through closing this loophole. I will put up that $517 million against all of the millions and millions of dollars that our faith groups pay every year. And I'll tell you, our faith groups provide more than that. So thank you. I hope you will pass this bill.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Acting Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing our testimony tonight. My name is Heather Iliff. I'm President and CEO of Maryland Nonprofits, representing the 40,000 nonprofits across the state. Nonprofits employ 12.9% of Maryland's workforce, which is second only to retail. We're an important part of the economy in and of ourselves, on top of the tremendous services that we provide. At the heart of this decision is not only moral considerations, as people have raised, but also where is Maryland's economy going? When we think about the comptroller's report that showed slow growth or no growth in Maryland for years, and we think about what are the downward pressures on growth, one of the key factors is the labor supply. So businesses want to expand and don't have the workers that they're looking for. Over in the House committee, there was a lot of discussion about all the people who are leaving Maryland. The Greater Baltimore Committee did a study that showed that of all the professions, the net outflow leaving Maryland, or let's say the net inflow, the jobs that are coming into Maryland are in the professional, scientific, and technical areas in business, financial management, transportation, and logistics. Jobs that are people who are moving out of Maryland are in accommodation, food services, retail and admin support, and personal care and services. These are the kinds of jobs that nonprofits help people attain when they're facing challenges like mental illness, disability, former incarceration. We get people into the labor force and get Maryland moving. We're facing draconian cuts from the federal level and massive cuts in the state budget. Nonprofits need to support Maryland's economy, and the Fair Share Act is a step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Any questions, panel? Okay, thank you. Okay, Sarah Sullivan, Alan Pasetsky, Michael O'Halloran, Bernie Marzik, Kelsey Johnson.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Madam Majority Leader, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik, Cornerstone Government Affairs.
Oh, I wins the prize.
That's right. Here today on behalf of the Manufacturers Alliance of Maryland in opposition to Senate Bill 859. I was in the committee last week during the Burford hearing and spoke against combined reporting, so you have my comments on that. I'd like to focus on the throwback rule, which is in this. This is a $100 million tax on companies in Maryland who make products and ship those products out of the state. We're opposed to this provision as well. We would urge an unfavorable report on this bill and not punish companies in Maryland simply because they're shipping their products that they make, whether it's clothing or other products, to another state. So for those reasons, we would ask for an unfavorable report.
Thanks, Bernie. We have one more person that was signed up favorable. I'll let you go next.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the work you're doing and for having me here today. My name is Sarah Sullivan, and I own a small business called the Mobtown Ballroom in Baltimore City that has been open since 2011. As a small business owner and a longtime Maryland resident and a new mom, I believe the Fair Share for Maryland Act is an important step in both righting our state budget deficit and ensuring that major corporations give back to communities they operate in. Our neighborhood of Station North was hit really hard by COVID, and like many small businesses, we work with community groups in the neighborhood, and we bring people from all across the region to come to our business and spend time and money at other small businesses in the neighborhood. Small businesses like ours keep wealth and resources in Maryland neighborhoods. We live where we work, we pay taxes, we build relationships, we clean the streets around our building. And in short, we're accountable to our communities in ways that most major corporations are not. Yet it feels like we have to fight tooth and nail just to be allowed to operate legally, all while big developers, corporations, and wealthy people from out of town play financial chess with our neighborhoods, can afford to ignore rules and just pay fines, and benefit off holding our assets hostage from afar. When neighborhoods are made healthier by state-funded programs and resources like education, infrastructure, and tax credits that buffer expenses of working families, we, the small businesses, benefit. We benefit from healthier communities. It's good for Maryland to have larger businesses operating in the state, but only if they're also paying back into our system with taxes. Otherwise, they're mining us for our wealth and resources without being accountable to the people who live here in Maryland. The Fair Share Act for Maryland would ensure that corporations also pay their fair share in taxes, effectively ending a state-endorsed disadvantage against small businesses. And it would help make up for Maryland's budget deficit and fund programs that make our neighborhoods healthier and better for small businesses to operate in. I'm here to tell you that despite what you're going to hear from the opposition, this is good for small businesses and Maryland as a whole. Thank you, and I hope that you will support this bill.
Thank you. Okay, Alan Pasetsky. That's okay.
Madam Acting Chair and committee members, my name is Alan Pasetsky, and I'm here as a Maryland resident, small business owner, tax professional, and tax advisor for the Global Business Alliance. Let me start with mandatory worldwide combined reporting. It's actually exasperating to have to be discussing this yet again because the proponents continue to mislead you. How? They don't tell you about that 2004 Maryland add-back rule that came up earlier that closes the exact loophole they claim exists. Senator Young, you asked a question about it. The add-back rule targets abusive transactions to tax havens. They say that is the real abuse. It is shut down by the add-back rule. But what the add-back rule does do, it protects legitimate transactions that are business-based, not sham transactions. But if you follow what they say, you will be double taxing international companies. They will pay tax on income in their home country and on the same income in Maryland. Just think if the province of Ontario did that to your businesses here, because there was a business in Ontario and a business in Maryland. They also don't tell you about the guaranteed complexity, audits, and prolonged litigation that will result. They also don't tell you that concerning revenue, some companies will pay more, including Maryland businesses, and some might pay less, so you may lose revenue. I point to Vermont, which just concluded that worldwide might cost $1 million per year because it would include companies that have losses and companies that are already including foreign income in their tax returns, including Maryland companies. A worldwide regime has been rejected by the entire country. If there was guaranteed revenue, do you think that would be the case? I don't think so. And there's no discrimination against Maryland businesses. All companies calculate their taxes the same way. Small, large, Maryland, international. Actually, it would be a discrimination against international companies because they would get taxed twice. The states abandoned this 40 years ago because countries were going to retaliate against this double taxation, and they will again. So again, there's no loophole, no guaranteed revenue because the loophole has been closed. It's a huge burden, and Maryland will be a complete outlier with this anti-business provision. So I urge you to vote unfavorable on this bill.
Thank you. Who do we have here?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm Kelsey Johnson with the Global Business Alliance as
Gotcha.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm here to express our concerns with the mandatory worldwide combined reporting included in Maryland's Fair Share Act, Senate Bill 859. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on the negative impacts that this mandatory tax policy would have on the state and its budget crisis. The Global Business Alliance, or GBA, proudly represents 200 American companies with a global heritage, America's beloved brands. Our members are headquartered in 23 different countries. All are allies of the United States. The mission of GBA is to defend and promote an open economy that welcomes international companies to invest in America. Our members help grow Maryland's economy and provide high-quality jobs in local communities across the state, employing over 120,000 people in Maryland, with a quarter of those jobs in the manufacturing sector. Of the globally connected companies here in Maryland, many of them are from the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Canada. As Alan pointed out, no other state in the union has taken this approach of worldwide combined reporting. One major concern is that a worldwide combined reporting becoming mandatory in Maryland will create a lot of volatility in the revenue and shifts in revenue, even resulting in revenue loss. I think we can all agree that setting the state's budget to fund important programs using anticipated revenue that may never materialize will create a lot of problems. Many states have considered this in the recent past, including Vermont, which firmly rejected it, New Hampshire, which also did a firm and robust study, also rejecting it. Minnesota also did not approve of it because of revenue concerns. This was all in 2024, so it wasn't like 45 years ago. Even Maryland and Virginia have considered and studied implementing regular Water's Edge combined reporting, which is less volatile and declined because the revenue would not be there or would not materialize. Thank you very much for the time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senator, members
Good
of the
evening.
Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Haller. I'm here today representing NFIB. Like Mr. Marzik, I was here last week when we were discussing the BRFA. Obviously, the similarities between the two bills, are there, and so therefore our testimony is the same. You have our written testimony in front of you. The biggest concern from a small business perspective is for those that are organized as pass-through entities, which are an overwhelming majority of small businesses here in Maryland. And why is it? Is because these small businesses pay their quote-unquote business taxes on their personal income tax return. So when you increase the personal income tax return, as this bill seeks to do, you're actually hurting small business owners, and you're frankly preventing them from taking their income, their business income, and reinvesting it in their business, not just their business, but their employees, working with other businesses to, service their equipment, those sorts of things. It's certainly a ripple effect on small business owners, and for those reasons, we respectfully oppose this bill and ask an unfavorable committee report.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for this panel? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging around with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, Kaylee Locklear, Andrew Griffin, Leonore Heavy, Bill Castelli. I know he was here. There you are. Michael Johansson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, respectfully in opposition to the bill. I'm going to me too a lot of the comments you just heard. I just want to pinpoint quickly. Combined reporting, here's what we know. We know it opens up Maryland's corporate revenue stream to extreme volatility. It's the last thing I think we all want to be talking about in today's budget cycle. We don't want to be back here again next year talking about the need for more revenues because we didn't get the money that we said we were going to get. Two, this bill is a big disincentive to open up a small business. The increases on the personal income tax side, the top rate is 7% under this bill. If you happen to own a small business and make the same amount of money, you pay an additional 1.25% just because you open a business. That is a disincentive. Third, to the comment that was mentioned about the throwback rule, since 2019, states are going in the opposite direction on the throwback rule. Since 2019, 5 states have repealed it. It's roughly 1 state a year that has rolled the throwback rule off the books. I don't think we want to be instituting that. So with that, I'll just end there. Encourage an unfavorable report. I'm happy to answer questions.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are also unfavorable on this legislation. So let me just say that we're really focused right now on retaining existing businesses here. That's of great importance to us. And we talk a lot about growing our economy. So instituting policies that are anti-business truly is counterproductive to the goals that we talk about all the time. And to begin, combined reporting introduces inefficiencies, it raises operational costs, and it discourages growth. And by the way, combined reporting has been studied over and over and over again in various states, but here in Maryland as well. And I'd like to quote from our own Business Tax Reform Commission that found that instituting combined reporting would result in a shift of the tax burden, substantial in some cases, among industries and among taxpayers, resulting in what Andrew referenced earlier, winners and losers. And the reason this occurs is because tax liabilities may go up for some, but they decrease for others. I'm not going to repeat what Andrew said. He stole some of my thunder here about Alabama, Louisiana, Missouri, Vermont, and West Virginia all abolishing throwback rule. But as more states are moving away from those rules, we're going to become less attractive for businesses. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there. But for these reasons, we oppose the legislation.
Good evening. Thanks for hanging with us in the long run. For the record, my name is Lenore Heavey, and I represent the Council on State Taxation, and we are also urging an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 859. I'm going to focus my comments also on mandatory worldwide combined reporting. With the very narrow exception of oil and gas companies in Alaska, no state mandates the utilization of worldwide combined reporting. No other country in the world mandates worldwide combined reporting. In fact, this methodology is far out of step with the proposals that the international community is working on to address profit shifting. They recognize it's an issue. They're working on the proposals. This is not the way that they have chosen to address that. There is no federal analog to mandatory worldwide combined reporting, which is going to impose a significant administrative burdens, not just on taxpayers, but also on the state. So the adoption of mandatory worldwide combined reporting would indeed have an unpredictable effect on state tax revenue and would send a warning flag to multi-state and multinational businesses that Maryland is a hostile environment for business relocation and expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the National Association of Real Estate Investment Trusts, and they are also opposed to the legislation. REITs in Maryland are modeled, in fact, across the country, are modeled on mutual funds. They give average Marylanders the ability to participate in commercial real estate. You don't have to have a particular expertise. You don't have to be a high-income individual to get involved in commercial real estate through a REIT. Average people can be involved and benefit from those economic opportunities in commercial real estate. And in Maryland, about 50% of Maryland households are invested in REITs. They are very concerned about this legislation, and particularly the pass-through provisions, the 8.25% tax that would be added to the income taxes that they already pay. Most of these real estate and commercial properties are owned through partnerships. They would be absolutely directly affected by it, and it would take what is a strength in Maryland's economy and make it a liability. Right now, about 75% of U.S. REITs are actually incorporated here in Maryland. 11 headquarters are here in Maryland for REITs across the country. This would take and it would make Maryland a significant outlier in terms of what other folks are doing with pass-through entities. Not only because these companies are already paying their income taxes, but also because they would be affected by the 1% net investment tax in this legislation and the 2.5% transportation fee. And to be clear, these real property partnerships, they're already paying property taxes in Maryland. It's about $480 million a year. Most of these have been developments where they have paid transfer taxes and excise fees. So they have contributed significantly to the Maryland economy and will continue to do that as their assessments increase every assessment cycle.
Thank you. Any questions here? Is there anyone else that had signed up to testify and didn't get called by chance? Okay, that ends the hearing for today. Thank you very much.
You gotta go.